Oh, yeah, fucking in charge. Fuck. Fuck it. Ooh, you know. Ah, motherfucker. There we go. Rejoice, your lass is live. Good. Let's see. It has a focus. Fucking awesome. Oh, fucking hell. Give me a minute, Firefox is needing updated. Hurry up. There we go. Perfect. Oi, oi. Alright, coming. There we go. Hi. This one's Elizabeth older, but still real. Oh, fucking hell. Clicked it twice because I'm in number two. Let me do my shilling. Where be I? Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? What the hell? If I back here. I don't know. Copy text. There we go. Shameless promotions will be a bit. Shameless promotions right here. Mm. Sanjay is great as well. Let me when you where am I? Where be I? Alright, one three. Is it done as news news another? Ooh. Ooh. Thanks, Bex. I'll leave that there. I actually bring that up. I'll just move that up. Rejoice, comrades. Natok is here. What's cooking? Right, this is a story about Keir, oddly enough. So I'd get onto that, then see if we can actually find fun things so we can laugh at Keir Starmer. Because his position as Prime Minister and his Labour leader is very untenable at the minute. It's quite funny. Obviously, adults in the room, everyone, apparently. And I really, really do not want to see Westring become Prime Minister. I don't. I despise the little bastard. He's called the odious little prick for a fucking reason, after all. I am so glad health has devolved. Thank the Lord for that one. Would you look at that? So this is the Scottish housing news. How are you tonight, Natok? Great to see you, by the way. Hang on, I'll get myself comfy. Whoops. Shield my knee like that. There we go. Ah, much better. We'll give people 20, 15? 15 minutes. We'll give them another 5 minutes for people to arrive. Then I'll get into the story and I'll explain what's happening. As you can tell, a private investment partnership could drive 1,500 home development in Springburn. Get over to my right, then that way to the west, and just slightly behind me. It has been sitting empty since she deindustrialised great swaths of the UK, including Glasgow, because never forget, Thatcher is a bitch. You're good so far. Great to hear. Oh God, you said you're somewhere in these states. One of them you said was Missouri. Josh Hawley isn't your fucking senator, is he? That man is a fucking bastard. And a far right winger, let's put it that way. I try not to use the N word too much. Not there's two. So the other one were the Germans and Northern Europeans during the 30s. So you can guess. I mean, I guess I could use fascioid. Gets the point across, I guess. Hopefully, good things will start coming out of the socialist state of New York, the socialist city of New York. Good luck, Zoran. You're going to fucking need it. With all of capital and a lunatic for a president and fucking New Yorker. Ugh. I really do feel for you having that as your president. Don't get me wrong, there's no been any sort of decent president that you've had in my lifetime. FDR, mostly decent, I guess. Well, there's right wing, then there's right wing. It depends on what sort of stance you take. Me, anything to the left of me is good. Anything to the right of me is bad. Which might actually include like Plaid Cymru and the SNP. They're sort of mostly SNP and Plaid Cymru, Party for Wales, by the way, so they're basically the Welsh version of Social Democrats. But all our main parties here in the UK, you've got like Reform, who literally are fash. But your president used to get called fash adjacent. Really? You see what he's fucking doing? That screams not see to me, essentially. I'm waiting to see what next lunacy he's going to be doing. I think most people in the world, the most politically minded people in the world, are looking at what's happening. Don't get me wrong, there's fash everywhere because of rising again. He gets called Tommy Robinson, but he isn't. His actual name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. He is fash. He is literally fash. Oi, Tommy, fuck up. But you've got out and right fucking fascists in your government. It's fucking bonkers. What was that? Oh, it's that. What the hell? Give me a minute. He's looking a bit gone. This is a very good football manager, by the way. Football. Not soccer, football. Sorry. I jest. Honestly, I jest. Pep Guardiola being best. Nice. Oh, it's a 1 minute read. Okay, I'll get to my story in a minute. I'll actually read this. This might be quite fun. Oh, you've added all the other ones. Telegram's on there and WhatsApp. So if you just used to have these two, so share on Facebook or share on that site. I am not on this site anymore. The minute I managed to rescue my friend and get her back home, she's from Glasgow, but she lived in New Jersey, but worked in New York because New York is expensive as balls. So once I got her back over and her family, including her New Yorker husband and their two daughters, I went over to their new house, which I helped find for them. Well, technically it was Super Hubby that found the fucking place for them, for sale. So the minute they actually got back and got settled, it said, I'm doing this in 2 days. I'm getting my friend into this house. The house is fucking gorgeous. And we went, cracked open a bottle of white, poured us a glass each, and uninstalled Twitter saying, get wrecked, Elon. It was literally, he just bought it. He'd done that stupid stunt carrying in the kitchen, the sink, because he's a bellend. And we deleted it. We got rid of Twitter. I am not calling it X. Elon, fuck off and just get wrecked. Seriously. When are you going to Mars? So now I'm on these two. Technically, I've still got my Facebook. I reach out to family on it. I've got WhatsApp so I can speak to my sisters. I don't have Telegram. I share on Blue Sky. Sometimes it depends. But I mostly just talk about the stuff here, and other people who follow me post what I'm saying to their Blue Sky, which is good. Blue Sky's mostly okay. If any fash turn up in the place and start coming after us leftists, we just deal with them, saying, fuck off, bonk, go away, go back to your hell site. Football legend and Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola, Portuguese, I can't remember, has asked fans to make sure to pack the Barcelona Nou Camp Stadium next Tuesday. So Tuesday coming. Rejoice, comrades! Reza is here. Hi, Reza. Their eldest is at college. She's 18. The youngest is still in secondary school. I'll not give her age away. I can say about the older one because she got the franchise. She voted last year. Good for her. But the younger one is under the age of 16. That's all I'll say. My friend is 3 years older than me. She's 49. She's going to be 50 next year. And her husband's the same age as Super Hubby. He's a few months younger. The Super Hubby's birthday's in January. My friend's husband's birthday's in May or June. June. His birthday's in June. So he'll be 56 in June. They were late at getting family sorted. They were both busy working. So, football legend and Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola has asked fans to make sure to pack the Nou Camp next Tuesday for a special Palestine-Catalunya charity match. Fucking oh!
Barcelona, Ciutat de Pau, acull dimarts a l'Estadi Olímpic el partit de la Selecció Nacional de Catalunya amb la Selecció Nacional de Palestina. És molt més que un partit. És un clam a la solidaritat, en homenatge als més de 400 esportistes palestins que han sigut assassinats a Gaza. Omplim l'estadi.
My God. Pep Guardiola, based. Football icon. Pep Guardiola has a record of solidarity with the Palestinian people against Israel's genocide, land theft and crimes against humanity. Beast. Yeah, Online Safety Act. Online Safety Act is arse. We told them this. Said, why are you doing this? Other governments have tried that sort of shit in the past, and they've quietly dropped it. Case in point, previous Tory government tried to fucking do it, and they thought, fucking hell, that's not going to go down well. We're already fucking hated, and they dropped it quietly in the background. But it was actually created by mad nads. I'll say again, you can't make this fucking shit up. Fucking mental. Pep Guardiola has a record of solidarity with the Palestinian people against Israel's genocide, land theft and crimes against humanity. Beast. Calling last month for a mass march against the genocide and using a speech in June to warn against silence and complicity. Ray Joyce comrades Dan Laird Alpha is here. Hi Dan. His support highlights how football culture can challenge political silence and mobilise public solidarity. All ticket revenue from next week's match will go towards humanitarian aid and community projects in Palestine. I would want to go to that match, but currently I'm in Glasgow and I would struggle to get to Barcelona in the space of 3 days. You never know, it might be able to get highlights of it, maybe the entire match on social media. Can you not hear me? Well, you're not working. You're plugged in. Oh, did I fucking hell, I changed them over, didn't I? Give me a minute. Fucking numpty. I know, I've got it. Let's see if that helps. I'll unplug you. Hoi hoi. Can you hear me now? If you can hear me, let me know. And I can rejig it a bit. Hang on, I need to change anything here. Give me a minute. Yeah. Oh. Loud and clear. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, back to the other story. Here we go. Look, Dan, brilliant news. Private investment partnership could drive 1,500 home development in Springburn, my local area. Glasgow City Council is set to explore a pioneering public-private partnership. I'd want it to be solely by the council, obviously. SNP control for Glasgow City Council, by the way. That could see up to 1,500 new homes built in Springburn over the next 10 years, transforming one of the city's most long-standing derelict sites. It's been empty for fucking decades. A report going before the Council's Administration Committee this week recommends approval for negotiations to begin on forming an investment partnership with Aviva Capital Partners. Aviva? Fucking hell. They're an insurance and infrastructure kind of company. They're basically an insurance company. And Scottish National Investment Bank to develop former Cowley site between Postle Park and Springburn. It is behind me and down in that way. It is fucking huge. They could probably do more than 1,500 houses. I thought they would be able to do more than 1,500 houses essentially on that site because it is kind of big. The proposal comes as Glasgow continues to respond to its housing emergency declared 2 years ago amid escalating homelessness pressures. It's kind of bad. A shortage of social housing, and the impacts of UK asylum policy. The Council's Housing Emergency Action Plan outlines commitments to increase housing supply. Build more council houses then. Simple. And if you need to increase council tax to do it, I think most of us would be fine because we want to help with the homelessness problem. And we could always do with more council houses. Maggie is dead. We don't have right to buy up here anymore. Thank God for that one. Build council houses. Just an idea. Bring empty homes back into use. There's lots of mid-range and higher priced housing that are just sitting there doing fuck all. And work closely with registered social landlords to meet urgent need. My Housing Association is a charity, so my housing is fucking directions that way. They are just up a bit from our job centre, essentially. They're called Ned Donaldson. There is housing out. There's care home, well, old folks' homes, sheltered housing, essentially, that are right next to my housing office. But I don't think it'd be too bad. It's called, if you want to look it up, it's called Ned Donaldson House. That's where my housing. That's where my housing is. Housing association is. That's their offices. There's a bus stop right at it. I can get a bus right down to my housing. Mind you, if we need to go to the housing, it's usually Super Hubby who goes, and he just walks to it. It only takes him about 7 minutes to get to it. We are relatively close to local amenities, if you can call Springburn Shopping Centre a local amenity. The Cowley site, once home to Red Blazes, Red Ash, football pitches, tenement housing which got brought down, and a primary school which has been empty, has lain largely vacant for 3 decades. It's over 3 decades actually. It's been empty. It's not been in full-time use for the last 38 years, essentially. Earlier plans in 2019 for an 850 home development backed by £2 million of city deal funding that fell flat in its face, essentially. Now, the new partnership model could see 1,500 homes delivered over a decade, forming a mixed tenure community that combines social, affordable and private housing. I don't know if they're all going to be for sale or if they're going to be like private rents or something. We will find out, don't you worry. In a report to council leaders, Susan Aitken, she's SNP, it's an SNP-led council, I'll just say that again. By aligning long-term capital with local priorities, these partnerships offer a model that blends financial return with social impact, moving beyond traditional public-private arrangements to deliver inclusive, sustainable development. Sounds alright, I guess. If approved, the partnership would not only accelerate housing delivery, but also allow the council to retain a high degree of control over the site's development. I approve of that bit. The approach reflects models used in other UK cities, such as Bristol, Newcastle, and Norwich, where institutional investors have backed major regeneration programmes. So that's basically public and private as well. The council sees Cowlairs as a cornerstone of its efforts to tackle the housing emergency while revitalising post-industrial communities, which Springburn is. 46 years of neoliberalism has fucking destroyed parts of Glasgow. Thank you, you fucking bitch. Councillor Aitken said bringing up to 1,500 new homes to Glasgow will assist with our response to the housing emergency, but it will also continue our work of transforming parts of the city left behind by the loss of Glasgow's industry. Again, neoliberalism, thanks. A pioneering partnership such as this is a first for Scotland and an innovation that will deliver for Glasgow. Yay! I'm glad you can hear me, Dan. This is good, isn't it? If you want to give me more good news, especially good housing stories from your neck of the woods, I'd love that. The rents in parts of Edinburgh are fucking mental, so doing more council housing and social housing in Edinburgh would be a good thing. The lovely Dan is at the other end of the M8, so he's nearer the capital than I am. I'm here in Glasgow, the largest city in the UK. No, largest city in Scotland. One of the biggest in the UK anyway. I'm having a tumour moment. Councillor Aitken said the nature of the site demands significant upfront investment. Yeah, quite a lot of they're called greyfield or brownfield sites, brown sites. Essentially, there's one just down the road from me, which used to be the former Possil bus depot. So it's basically where First base a lot of their buses for the north part of the city and into the city centre and out to the east and maybe a bit to the west as well. So it's down that way for me. It's about 10-minute walk for Super Harvey, maybe 20 minutes for myself, maybe 25. So it's down there. So it was industrial and stuff. So it needs to be. It's currently getting used as an overflow car park for the Speedway, which is just doing a bit. I would have wanted there was plans to actually build an Asda there. Fell through because they had to actually clean it up would cost a lot of money. It was cheaper to clean it up and just make it an overflow car park essentially instead of actually putting buildings on it, either workplaces or a supermarket or even housing. A lot of investors don't want to pay the exorbitant cost of cleaning up in like fuel and cleaner that you to clean the buses and shit like that. Cleaning up fuel that buses use is kind of intensive and you have to get it right. So that fell through. I kept on screaming, build fucking houses on it and maybe do shops underneath the housing or next to it. Councillor Aitken said the nature of the site demands significant upfront investment. Yeah. This partnership with a major institutional investor and SNIB will transform a huge area of land that has been derelict for decades into an entire new city community. I can't wait. Oh dear God. Not good, Dan. It does happen, don't get me wrong. It's upsetting when it happens to someone you know. Aviva are a household name, yes, because they're an insurance company, with a track record in unlocking challenging sites elsewhere in the UK. Yeah, correct. That makes them an ideal partner for Glasgow, where we have so much post-industrial land in need of the right kinds of intervention, basically cleaning them up. Sites like Cowlairs need substantial enabling investment before they can be brought back into use. which makes Snev a crucial third player in this partnership. Keir is one of 5 major regeneration zones across the north of Glasgow, including Site Hill, that way. Dundas Hill, which is closer to the city centre, down that way. Essentially, you've got Keir's and you've got Dundas, so it's down in that direction. Hamilton Hill, down that way. And Postle. Oh. Postle's been without proper funding and housing investment for fucking ages as well. So Postle Park's just down the road. Which together are expected to deliver more than 3,200 new homes. Right, give me a minute. That'll be easy. There was Hill was high rises, essentially. They got brought down fucking years ago now. And the land's just sat there empty. And they kept on saying, we're going to build housing here. And every time it's been put up for a vote at the council, it's usually just fallen flat on its face. Kind of sucks, really. Dundas Hill. I'm trying to think what areas they could actually... Maybe I would do that, but... Hamilton Hill is nearly at capacity, so they wouldn't be building much housing at Hamilton Hill. I don't think. Maybe between 400 and 600. Maybe 4 or 500. And Postle Park has got areas that have basically been devoid of housing for years. So that's probably going to be at maybe 800 to 1,000. The council believes the Keir's development will help strengthen Postle Park's role as a local town centre. It's called Saracen Cross, and it's decent. I'll give them that. Supporting new amenities, retail opportunities, and public services while bringing much needed housing and investment to the area. We've been needing that. If councillors give the go-ahead this week, the council will move forward with negotiations and bring a detailed report back to the committee later this year. Oh, damn it, Dan! I didn't know you were unsubbed. I would sub you myself, but sorry. Rejoice, comrades. You're busy. You're streaming as well, darling. Sunday's great, yeah. You know where to find me. I see you're doing Behind the Bastards. I hope you have fun with that one about teal. Feel free to report back in and use the alerts to get me to do shit, because I keep on forgetting. There we go. Thank you, Scottish Housing News. They'll probably keep on reporting all the stages. Oh, don't worry about it. If you want to check it out, it's called Behind the Bastards. Obviously, they've done other people. That might be an idea. We could maybe do that one tonight, or one of them tonight. You can pick what ghoul. I've already covered them. Let's have a laugh at Keir Starmer, shall we? Should still be news, I guess. Who have we got? Oh God, no, I'm not doing that. Oh dear God. Why? I don't want that odious little prick to be Prime Minister. Telegraph. Fucking hell. I'm no wanting to. I don't like James. West for leader.com. Fucking hell. Oh, fucking hell, man. No. Oh, ow, fucking, my left foot went numb. Damn, don't sit like that, you fucking numpty. No, not going to the Victorian wank. No, Martin Dobney. All seems to be the right wingers laughing at him. Oh God. Where is it? I'm not doing Good Morning Britain, that can fuck off. It's back up here, wasn't it? No. Fuck it, James.
I think I'm probably going to ask you at the end of this introduction whether or not you would like Keir Starmer to be replaced by a...
I do apologise to everyone for subjecting you to James O'Brien, but it's only somewhat decent one. I am not going to the Telegraph or the London Evening Standard or Sky News or anything, because the people they'll be talking to and the ones who are actually on the shows in the news that present it and stuff, some of them are fuckwittery, and I'll be yelling more at them than what they're actually talking about. And I try to save myself from doing that kind of bollocks. Captain Hindsight, everyone, by the way. This is probably fucking hurting him seeing this happen to his beloved party and beloved Keir Starmer. James, you're an idiot. What can I say?
another, or W Streeting, most obviously. And I'm a little bit surprised that I'm asking you that question. Not by events, dear boy, but simply by the calendar. I'm a little bit surprised that the size of the majority, albeit a wide but shallow, a loveless majority, as one excellent journalist called it.
What you have to remember, and what we've been saying to James since the election, the Tories lost, Labour didn't win. And he's right that it's a wide but very shallow, it's not a deep vote. It's not like the majorities they were getting, and the percentage turnout for some constituencies was dog shit for obvious reasons. People have been fed up with it for many different reasons, obviously. And Tories being wank. Who'd have thunk it? Tories being fucking either stupid or cruel. Yep, Tories lost. Yeah, that's a different. Yeah. Rejoice, comrades. Elron Hubbard. That's alright. Hi, Elron. I was trying to find something to find so we can laugh at Starmer. And as a bonus, we might get to laugh at James, which is always a good thing, because obviously. How you doing? How goes the battle against the MP? I'm here to help if you need anything. A horrible thought went through my head when this all started blowing up on Newsnight the other night. They were just fucking hilarious. Do you think your MP would run to become leader of the Labour Party? Obviously, she has to be stopped. Don't want her to be Prime Minister, of course. Yeah. Steve Reid maybe as well. Ugh.
And of course the fact they haven't even been in the job for 2 years yet. But you know, this is a particularly febrile.
They're doing a speed run of collapsing flat on their face. It is a joy to behold. I will say again. Being the least unpopular turd in the punch bowl is not an achievement. Correct. I'm glad I just got that there on my phone.
Trial period of politics. So I also recognise that some people think that the conversation about Keir Starmer's leadership is evidence of things that they already believed to be true. And I don't like these mornings, or I don't like this bit of these mornings. I love political conversations about the unprovable, but I don't like the bit where I have to sort of patronise people who think that they understand things. So you could, I can.
Really? You patronise people like me on the regs, James. You've done it for years now, so get wrecked. You talk down to people like us. You treat us like we're the stream politics and everything like that. So no, fuck off. And your tone most of the time is quite patronising. I guess you can't help the way your voice actually sounds, but you could make better word choice, obviously.
Sort of use social media as a dipstick to get the level of confusion and often quite angry ignorance that's out there. And I know that will upset some people, but I'm sorry. It's just true.
Nope. No. I exist. Cleverest man. Kev exists. Zach Polanski exists. Did you see that Ken Clark was on Question Time tonight? Dear God, he's looking for ancient. He's in the other place. No, we call him Captain Hindsight for a fucking reason.
That this is not a conversation about Keir Starmer's leadership that has been prompted by Rupert Murdoch, social media chatter, enemies of the Labour movement, or people who don't understand either the size of the
Size of the majority doesn't fucking matter, James. The fact that they have a majority is a good thing, but it doesn't matter how large of a majority. Remember, Boris had a fucking big fuck off majority, and he'd still fucking tried to destroy it with certain policies. Mostly Brexit related, oddly enough. Who'd have thunk it? The size of the majority is irrelevant. If you've got a majority of one, you can pass a budget at the end of the day. The size of the majority is fucking nothing. It doesn't mean anything now. It does to actually form the government. You know, we've got all these. We should form the government because we've got all these seats, and that's usually how it happens. And that is the end of it, essentially. Once they've got them into the House of Commons, that's it. They're the largest party in the place. That's all. The majority is meaningless after that. They could pass budgets with a majority of one, remember, which has been done in history, oddly enough.
Majority, or the scale of the successes that the current government has introduced. This is a conversation that has been started by Downing Street. I'm going to have to say that again, because it's not, any more frustrating than dealing with ignorance from the other side of the political divide. But there's something about leftish satisfaction that can be particularly impenetrable. I am right, and I will not brook any opposition or any challenge to that position. This conversation about Keir Starmer
I am right, and I am open to challenging, to getting challenged. Honestly, us on the left can actually debate, James, and your Labour Party isn't left anymore, by the way. They're essentially Tories at this point because of that coup that Starmer was part of. And now look, the infighting plastered all over the headlines. It's fucking hilarious. They're meant to be running the fucking country, for crying out loud, not doing these. My stream title the other night was fun. Labour Civil War on Newsnight. Fucking hilarious. Fuck it, I might actually go back to it so I can laugh at it some more.
Leadership, and the fact that Wes Streeting is the perceived focus of the perceived challenge to his leadership is a direct consequence of number 10, somebody in number 10 Downing Street briefing very senior political journalists.
That'll make Hank and John Green immensely happy. They fucking mentioned this fucking 16, 17 years ago. That it's essentially dead weight in the economy. It is basically pointless. Canada done it fucking ages ago. They stopped minting their 1 cent as well. Will we get rid of it? I have no idea. Might be a fun question to ask Rachel or whoever the person in that part of the exchequer is. So it's good. Well done, America, for getting rid of the 1 cent, I guess.
About how hard they are working to protect Keir Starmer from a leadership challenge. That is a matter of fact, not a matter of opinion, not a matter of legacy media, not a matter of fact. Of the perceived challenge to his leadership is a direct consequence of number 10, somebody in number 10 Downing Street briefing very senior political journalists about how hard they are working to protect Keir Starmer from a leadership challenge. That is a matter of fact, not a matter of opinion, not a matter of legacy media, not a matter of
Circling the wagons, essentially. Too late. The person they're trying to shield Keir from is already in that fucking circle of wagons. They are all at the cabinet table, after all. So trying to block someone protect Keir Starmer, the people that they're already there. Unless you wall off parts of the fucking cabinet and not allow them in, which is ludicrous. They can't do that because they're to fucking run the country. Blocking other cabinet members with leadership ambitions is stupid. They're going to be there at the same fucking table as them. Good luck trying to circle the wagons around that lot. Plus, you've still got the backbenchers to deal with. That'll be fun. I wonder how the whips are coping. You can't make this shit up. I'm being gleeful about this fucking. We told you what they were like, James. Us on the left here, Scottish Green for myself, SNP supporters, people who basically left Labour. Rejoice! I wonder if this news is a creation of distraction. Of course, it's a distraction. It's managing to distract quite a lot of decent leftists, essentially. Am I a decent leftist streamer? I'm not sure. Maybe. That's up for you to decide. Quite a lot of it will be tabloid hearsay. Obviously, that's what the tabloids do. That basically it is a distraction mill at this point. And before the budget is, I suspected something might have happened after the budget, not before it. But in the lead up to a major government budget, maybe they're going to be doing some chicanery during the budget, which I half expect at this point because Rachel Reeves and the fiscal rules and blah blah blah. Self-imposed fiscal rules, by the way. So fucking maybe they're distracting us, maybe trying to keep us distracted for a fortnight is going to be difficult with this one. It won't work. It will calm down again. Then we'll start talking about the budget again, thinking of what they're going to be doing. If this was a distraction tactic for just before just before the budget, is idiotic to say the least. Let's put it that way.
Social media chit-chat, it is a matter of fact. The story has its roots smack in the middle of Keir Starmer's Downing Street. That is why this story is in the news. So we can park immediately, and I probably shouldn't do this because, telling people not to ring into the programme is a very odd way of encouraging people to ring into the programme, but there is no point us picking over the carcass of a non-existent corpse. This is not a story about any of the things that self-appointed experts think it might be about. It's a story about Downing Street growing increasingly concerned over speculation among its own MPs that Wes Streeting could be planning an imminent coup against Starmer.
Cabinet, James. Don't get me wrong, backbenchers do still exist, I get that. But it's cabinet members doing this, I believe. I'm probably correct. I don't have any evidence for this, just my own fucking theory, essentially. Take it with a pinch of salt, obviously. Pinch of salt, obviously. But yeah, it's people in the cabinet doing this as well, not just the backbenchers. Just saying. And I'll say again, I've no fucking evidence for this, but just look at them. It probably is true, but again, no evidence. At least on my behalf.
And that is what they have briefed senior political journalists of. So, could you explain to me how his position could possibly be under threat?
Oh, for fuck's sake, James, lobby journalists still fucking exist. They're a major part in this as well. If they think it's suspect or actually spoke to the cabinet members or backbenchers off the record, you're still going to fucking report about it, Labour sources and all that other bollocks that we have to deal with. If they're saying this to you, get them to go on the record. Because if they used to go off the record and you say Labour sources, they'll say, what fucking cowards are you talking to? They want to keep their positions, obviously. Senior Labour source and all that fucking bollocks. Senior Labour source is basically code, at least in my opinion, for cabinet member or junior minister, which is within a cabinet but not the head of the department. Senior Labour sources is basically junior ministers chatting shit about whoever's the head of the department, the minister, the secretary, or the actual prime minister, which is fucking hilarious. So no, if these cowards go off the record, fuck them. And if we ever find out who they are, they'll probably get voted out. Remember, a good couple of the cabinet members, the majorities are fucking shit. Like, they're just a couple of thousand. Some of them are even just a few hundred. Some of the cabinet members have. Case in point, Wes Streeting, his majority is dog shit. It's just slightly over 500. So he's probably gone. And if it is getting manufactured by the lobby journalists or people within cabinet or junior ministers or something, well, technically they are in the cabinet, but junior ministers or senior backbenchers trying to do this as a distraction or as an actual campaign to get Wes into number 10, it's a fucking clown show at this point. It's fucking I didn't need to deal with this fucking shit and never run up to a fucking budget. But apparently we have to, because lobby journalists and fucking journalists in general are fucking idiots or bastards. Egypt. We keep on saying Captain in hindsight for a fucking reason. It takes them a while to realise shit.
With the majority, yes, of course I can. It's because a majority is made up of people. It is made up of human beings. And those human beings have given Downing Street serious cause for concern that they're reaching the end of the road when it comes to their previously rock-solid support for Keir Starmer. And whether or not it is fair or unfair is a question for the angels. The point...
They've been backstabbing fucking bastards, some of them, over the last 18 months, James. What the fuck? Do you? Oh dear. Do you want to carry on with this video and laugh at James and try to educate him? Or do, I knew about that one, yeah. Yeah, war crimes were... No. That was fucked up, that one. Don't get me wrong, what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank is truly fucking dystopian, and war crimes and crimes against humanity and everything, but some of the shit that happened during that crisis, during that war, was just fucking far right fucking evilness. You have to remember, quite a lot of these people, their granddads were literally fucking Nazis. A lot of the people in some of the Balkan countries were fucking fascists. And a lot of them learned this stuff from their grandparents and parents. You know, it is bad, isn't it? Simply causing war. Yeah. I might actually find that one from John Green. That one's quite fun. He loses his mind, saying they should just get rid of the penny. I'm sure it's 16 years ago. Yeah. Oh God. Right. Haha. Oh my God. Andrew subscribed to me. Fucking sweet. Oh God. Oh God. Calm down. Don't listen, Rosamund. Correct, Mr. E. Rejoice, I have the YouTube chat up and running now. I will play this, but I'll be back in a minute.
It is
Carry on,
what is
Captain
now
Hindsight.
believed, and therefore the conversation is now following the course that it is following. Forgive me if I sound a little petulant, but I find it a lot easier to deal with people who kind of know that they're stupid and love to pretend otherwise, rather than people who think that they're clever when they're not. So that is the story here.
People like
and
you,
it's
James.
important to understand that before we get stuck into the phone-in that we are now going to have in a much more friendly, warm and measured tone. 8 minutes after 10 is the time. Make me a list. Someone always does, actually. I think his name is Richard, and I'm very grateful to you, Richard, for the long list you send me every time we point out how unpopular Keir Starmer is, of all the things that Keir Starmer has done. But his unpopularity cannot be ignored. I think he is, by some measures, even more unpopular than Liz Truss, which is spectacularly unfair, but true. And it's the truth of it, of course, that will be concerning Labour MPs. Wondering about the wisdom of him continuing in the job. the truth of the unpopularity, not the fairness of the unpopularity. Then you make the list. You point at things like the winter fuel misstep, which continues to haunt them. And here you can obviously acknowledge that missteps and mistakes made by a Labour government in our corrupt media ecosystem are going to be amplified and embellished and repeated in ways that mistakes made by right-wing politicians or conservative governments are simply not. The idea that Keir Starmer stands in any way comparison with Boris Johnson, the corrupt, morally and, I suppose intellectually and even legally corrupt regime of Boris Johnson is a million miles away from where Keir Starmer is. And yes, the media is a magnifying glass that will hugely, hugely, hugely enlarge.
James, they're both corrupt serial liars. Literally both of them. Both Bojo and the current Prime Minister, they're both corrupt serial liars. How many times do we have to explain this to you? They're both two-faced lying bastards. Oh, is that their flags? Oh God, I forgot about that Albanian flag. Fucking hell. A darker blue and yellow, Chris. Similar sort of colouring. Yeah. Hi. I do hope I'm a good person. I really do. I try my best at least. James, both of them are corrupt serial liars. This has been proven time and time again. So, no, I'm not having that bollocks again. I've already dealt with that fucking fact that you're saying her.
Mistakes and missteps made by the Labour government while completely ignoring missteps made by Conservative governments. That too is a matter of.
We've been saying that. People like me, people like Helena, people like Kev, people like Dave Legend, we've been saying this for fucking years. People on the left who have been on the left for a good few decades now, some of us. Some of us have been on the left for fucking a while. I've been on the left for basically the best part of 30 years at this point. Over 25 years. Definitely over 25 years. I was a self-confessed fucking Marxist when I was a teenager, for crying out loud. Still voted Labour though in 97. Sorry. Be sure your sins will find you out, of course. And so far we're getting lots of sins from lots of different people that we've already pointed out in the past. I will say again, I do not want that odious little prick to be Prime Minister. And seriously, James, fucking hell.
Fact and a matter of record, but it doesn't change the fact that his own MPs are profoundly worried about his performance in the top job. His own MPs will also, of course, be subject to corrupt media magnification, but it doesn't matter. His own MPs are increasingly of the view that they'll have a better chance of doing well, keeping their seats in the next general election, still a long way off, I grant you, with somebody else in charge. This is not an irritating.
Holyrood, Senate, local elections, if they get like severely, well, I will use a brilliant Scottish word here, malkied. Thank you for dropping by, Mr. E. Always a pleasure. Stay hydrated, self-care is good care, take your meds if you take any. Stay based, free Palestine, and keep laughing at Keir Starmer. That one's rather easy, obviously. Bye, Mr. E. Catch you later. Feel free to laugh at James as well if you want. Also, rather easy.
Retrievable situation. Again, I'm sorry, I'm sounding like a school teacher today, but sometimes even my boundless.
You're sounding like a patronising fucking cunt. Like you always do, oddly enough.
boundless reservoirs of patience can be somewhat depleted. It is not irretrievable. I mean, it's some very strange places, from Goldman Sachs to the Daily Telegraph, have stopped.
What, you think they can actually turn this around, James? You're fucking ludicrous. I'm pretty sure at this point syphilis is more popular than Keir Starmer. Pretty sure of it. More popular than God here.
Started pointing out that signs of recovery, economically speaking, are becoming unignorable, even as the job numbers must have sent a shiver down Rachel Reeves's spine yesterday. But this is not irretrievable. If the media persists in making everything in this country about small boats, then the challenge becomes harder. But if it actually remembers...
It's easy clicks and easy readership of papers and subscriptions to, say, journalistic outlets, apparently. It's clicks. That's why they keep on mentioning the small boats. It's an easy win for parts of the people's lives, the way some British people think, obviously. So they're doing it basically as a money grab, essentially, to get viewership out there and to get the people who they like into office. It's been like that for fucking decades. Thanks, Rupert Murdoch, you Australian fucking wank.
To look at other issues and measure other issues, the situation is not irretrievable. But I don't think Keir Starmer is going to change his spots anytime soon. So on one side of this...
Neither are members of the cabinet either, James. You could bring that up as well. Just saying.
Issue, you have the political performance, the policy decisions, the failures to communicate, the things over which you have...
Their policies are unpopular. I don't like some of their policies. Don't like the vast majority of their policies. Don't get me wrong, they've got a couple of good ones going, but that's it, just two. Most of their policies are going down like a bucket of sick. I don't like that phrase, but it does actually get the point across because a lot of these people are vomit-inducing to some of us.
Quite a lot of control, and which is not currently being exercised very effectively. On the other side, you have him. And whether you like it or not, this is the nature of parliamentary politics. It's the nature of British politics. It's probably been the nature of politics since television was invented, and Harold Wilson pretended that he smoked a pipe because it looked good on the telly, when actually in private that was not his tobacco ingestion means of choice. It matters. It really matters. And he's not going to change. Those of us who welcomed boredom, those of us who wanted relatively dull leadership, had another word attached.
We weren't going to get that with this fucking net of vipers. Seriously, James. Corrupt, serial liar to get to be the leader. He said we will do. With me in charge, we'll do blah 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 blah. Turned on it like that, just clicking the fingers and fucking dropped them like a fucking hot potato. Just fucking no. He has done this to himself, running on pledges to become the leader and turning on some of the pledges he said in the run up to the election last year. So no, fuck off. He's done it to himself, and so's Morgan McSweeney. You could be mentioning him as well, James. Just saying, as well. Look at him. Why are these people not getting?
Dull, even if we never said it out loud, and that word was competent.
We're never going to get dull, and I'm seriously doubtful we're going to get competent, at least in my lifetime. Hopefully, some fucking an insurgent left who are actually being coherent and decent and human beings. Some of the people in the cabinet are not human. They're ghouls, some of them. Case in point, the Glaswegian ghoul in charge in Caxton House. I live in fear of that man being in charge of benefits. I'm talking about Pat McFadden, by the way. He was born and brought up here in Glasgow. I do not believe he is Glaswegian. Doesn't even have a seat here. Somewhere in the Midlands, I believe.
Dull competence. Please God, for a period of dull competence. The lobby, Westminster journalists, political journalists, are addicted to drama and fear.
The lobby journalists have been addicted to drama since I've been alive, James. Definitely since I've been alive, definitely since you've been alive as well. He's only a couple of years older than me, by the way. We're both born in the 70s. We're both Gen Xers. Two completely different people, two completely political views. Me, sensible leftist. Him, I don't know what James is. Centrist? Mr. Sensible, according to the self-confessed Mr. Sensible. No, you're not. No.
Fever pitch coverage. It drives me potty some of the time. It really does. It's so draining and so unnecessary and so unreflective of.
We've been dealing with that on this side for fucking decades, feeling like this, James. Seriously. I'm glad you're getting driven potty with it as well. Can you post that in the Discord, please, Dan? I can't lift off my phone, which is in the chat. The chat's on my phone here because I've set it up I'm used to setting it up like this. I can't lift that and put it on the screen from my phone onto my computer, onto my laptop. But I can bring it up from the Discord on the laptop. So if you can post it in there, I'd love that. Is it in general? Thank you so much. We'll get to after this, after James. Obviously, chatting shit about James is easy. It makes it easy for us. He literally does it to himself. Will he learn? We all have the capacity to learn and change. But will he? Doubtful.
Reality.
You never know. Weirder things can happen.
The fine detail of Rachel Reeves's rental agreements with tenants that she'd never met being front page news for days. It's just a little bit sad. It's a bit childish.
She broke the rules. It was good that it got reported. Just because she had a property manager or a letting agent dealing with this, not herself, is not an excuse. It's one of the reasons Angela Arena got canned. So now Reeves is being a fucking hypocrite. Delightful. Now we've got liars, hypocrites, and fucking outright ghouls in cabinet. Love it. I thought we'd got rid of the Tories.
But sometimes the attention devoted to a story that appears to be a little bit manufactured is true. And it's real. This is a real story about the people around Keir Starmer being really worried about his position. And that is the starting point for our conversation this morning.
He should be worried about his position. I will say again, proven corrupt serial liar. How many times are we going to have to go over this, do you think?
The people around Keir Starmer are really worried about his position. They feel it is under genuine threat from Labour MP dissatisfaction. Now, Wes Streeting was probably telling the truth this morning when he distanced himself from all of this chatter, because what happens is that the level...
He done that as a self-shield, James. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. I really don't. By the way, Wes Streeting is younger than me. You might say useful, but he's still in the sports, for fuck's sake. Hang on, let's check. I am losing my chat off my phone for a minute. How old is Wes Streeting? How old is Wes Streeting? 42. He's 4 years younger than me. 1980. Oh dear. That's another thing I am not allowed to say to my sister then. Brilliant. He was born in the same year as my younger sister. Oh no. Oh dear God, what percentage is this on?
Of dissatisfaction among MPs reaches a point that the current leader's position becomes
It's already at that point, James. Just saying.
fragile, and at that point you start looking around for alternatives, and the top of the list at the moment for many people will be the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. The story suits him down to the ground as well in many ways, because he's about to make 15 or something thousand people in the NHS redundant, which is unlikely to go down well with the membership either, or with the parliamentary party either. But I don't think he is actually on manoeuvres. I just think his is the name that pops up on the fruit machine when Labour MPs, increasingly unhappy with Keir Starmer, pop 20p in the slot and pull the lever. All of that, I think, is pretty close to gospel. I think that is a pretty comprehensive, objective analysis of what is going on. And I'm sorry if you were subscribing to the idea that that having this conversation plays into the narrative of manipulation, because I'm not going to call you stupid. I'm just going to call you very mistaken today, and that's fine. I get paid to do this. You don't. That is what is going on. The people around Keir Starmer are very worried about the unpopularity he now enjoys among his own MPs, who would the next stage in this process, history has taught us, the next stage in this process would be to start gathering around somebody else, almost certainly, in the first instance, Wes Streeting. But remember, he who wields the dagger rarely wears the crown. So another reason why Wes...
Julius Caesar reference, by the way. Brutus, anyone? Yeah.
Streeting is saying the things that he is saying today is that you don't want to be caught with the instrument of assassination in your hand. You may be a sort of, what the best way to play it is to do it through a reluctant sense of duty. My party has called and I must answer. If you're trying
A reluctant sense of duty. They're all backstabbing fucking cunts, James. Oh God. My face hurts. Fucking hell, carry on, James.
to make that position, my party has summoned me and I must answer their call with a
So no personal ambition then on Wes's behalf at all. Ever. Really. As I was much more than Jesus did. One of the best things I ever saw, literally from the House of Commons, it it had Lucy Powell and Angela Rayner sitting together on the back benches. I thought that was quite the image. I quite like that. That did give me a little bit of a smile and a giggle seeing those two sitting together. I wonder what they're plotting. That was quite fun. You do know that some of the backbenchers have the political ambitions as well, James, don't you? You must talk to these people. I know you've had Labour cabinet members on your show. You've talked to these people, so backbenchers have ambitions as well, obviously. Well, I'm just here to represent my constituents. No, half of you aren't fucking doing that, by the way. You're voting in line with some of the most dogshit fucking policies ever created by a Labour government. Case in point, my MP. Case in point, Dan's MP. cunt Scottish Secretary Douglas Alexander. Seriously, in 2029, I hope that fucking cunt gets voted out. I really fucking do. We've already got rid of him once. Well done, Mary. Fucking amazing. That was seen as one of the biggest scalps back then when she got voted in instead of fucking Douglas Alexander. And bring it. And now they've put him into a safe Labour seat and fucking over in Edinburgh. Fuck Douglas Alexander. Exactly. Fuck Douglas. Well, not literally. Ugh. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. But yeah, fuck Douglas Alexander. I don't fucking like him. I thought Ian Murray was bad, but these Blairite fuckers keep on coming back. Still pushy. Well, she said how bad the culture is down in Westminster, especially in the House of Commons and in the halls of power and everything, like the lobbies and shit like that. Utter dog shit. Remember, there are still homophobes there. And obviously transphobes as well. She didn't like the culture of Westminster, and I didn't fucking blame her. She's spoken out about it. She spoke to Owen about it. But yeah, the culture down there apparently toxic. My younger sister was a little bit worried. Said, I assume that you wouldn't run for Westminster. Are you fucking mad? This was after what Mary had said. Said, no, you heard what Mary said, didn't you? Said, I did, yeah. And I'm disabled, for crying out loud. I'm not going down there. If I get told to vote in line with the whip, well, I'd be SNP. I wouldn't be voting to starve children or punish disabled people, obviously, because I'm a decent human. I vote. Again, then you can decide that for yourself if I'm decent or not. I think I'm decent. I try to do what's right. Try to educate people about this stuff. But yeah, I said, no, I'm not going to be fucking running for Westminster. Council, maybe. I might be alright with that. Mary Black should. She should. I've actually reached out to some of my Glasgow branch members. Do you think she would want to? Do you think she'd be good? She said, we do like Mary, don't get us wrong. Some of her speeches in the House of Commons were brilliant and based, obviously, because Mary's a decent human being. Oh, by the way, Mary Black's a lesbian. But some of her speeches, fucking yes, bring it on, love her. I don't blame her for leaving. And I believe her when she said about the toxicity down in Westminster. I quite believe that, because obviously look at some of the people in the fucking House of Commons. Christ almighty. Plus the other place still exists.
Out heart and an honest approach. You don't want to have a metaphorically blood-soaked dagger hidden behind your back, which you've just removed from the back of your predecessor. So there it is as well.
We have actually, yeah.
But none of this.
Ruth Davidson, also lesbian. Still Tory though, obviously. Major problems with Ruth the Moose. But yes, lesbian. Don't get me wrong, lesbians aren't a monolith. My sister's a lesbian. And she's still in the Labour Party. I keep on saying to her, please just leave. I managed to get out. She didn't actually realise that I was apprehensive to tell her that I joined the Scottish Greens. She's happy that I found my political home now, though. She's more stunned that I joined the Scottish Greens than I was a communist. That says something, really, doesn't it? Oh, no. We need an insider, Elron. I'm glad we've got you. And obviously seeing how things work in... I hope I'm not going to dog. She was saying this, Wallacey. Elron's MP is Angela Eagle, by the way. We're going to try to unseat her. Hopefully she'll make it, well, obviously she's already made it easier for us because she's dog shit. Conspiring with Steve Reed of all fucking people.
This changes the central question, does it? A loveless landslide was the phrase, of course, not a loveless majority. Forgive me for that. I'm normally such a big fan of alliteration. I don't think, I mean, look, I always do this, and I think it works. If it gets on your nerves.
Nothing wrong with alliteration, but when you use it, James, it cheapens it a bit because of the way you use it. I like alliteration, quite fun. Good way to get your point across and make people think and giggle at the same time. Laugh. Or guffaw. Things like that. But he uses alliteration for political reasons. And sometimes it cheapens it. You've been learning from Gorgias, James, haven't you? Don't read him. I'd rather you read Plato or fucking Socrates.
Again, I'm sorry, but there are two ways into it, isn't there? There's the personal, and then there's the overview. There's the little picture, and then there's the big picture.
Good.
I think they're really hard to separate. I think the question I'm going to ask you today, and
Do you want to know how that pairing happened? I'm sure my sister will be okay with this. I won't give their actual. They're not in this house. They're not in this flat anymore. My sister and were they married at that point? Actually, it was either near or close to them getting married. So my sister and her wife had a flat in Leith, essentially, when they lived through there. And they had a party, a housewarming party. Oh my God, no, there was one of their anniversaries of being together, so they weren't married. They invited lots of different people from the Edinburgh political scene because my sister, for reasons I won't go into. That's where Kezia met Jenny, was at my sister's house party, essentially. It's fun to think about that. Ruth Davison wasn't there, obviously, but Kez was, and so was Jenny Gilruth, and a few other like SNP and Labour MSPs. And SNP basically, and Labour apparatchiks, the mandarins, civil servants essentially who worked at Holyrood. So that's where she met her now wife, Jenny Gilruth. Fucking fascinating.
and it's really crazy that we're asking it in before the middle of November 2025. Do you want Starmer to go?
Do you want to get a couple of the first questions, the callers? I think that might actually be quite fun. I'm trying to think of any other Scottish lesbian politicians. Those are the three main ones, basically. Mary, Kezia, Jenny, and also Ruth. Oh God, what happened? I'm glad I caught that. Yeah, you're good, you're good. Well, that's basically what the Mandarin class was. Literally, the civil servants was Chinese back in history. That's why we call them Mandarins. Because that was a political appointee. That was basically what they were called, essentially. I've always found that fun. Obviously, some of the Mandarins who were in charge during would it be the Three Kingdoms or something? A lot of them were, some civil servants are more sly than others, let's put it that way. No. That the Mandarins were the class first before they became a fruit. Or they were called that because of like, for complicated social reasons within the the empires during Chinese history, essentially. That's where they're from, Southeast Asian parts of China. I've never really liked the actual orange or mandarins, the actual structure. The same problem with pineapple and rhubarb. I don't like the structure, the mouthfeel of them. I love the flavours, don't get me wrong. I love orange chicken, fucking amazing dish. Or mandarin chicken, fucking amazing. The actual physical structure of them is a bit odd for me. I don't like it. But love the flavour. As long as I don't have to deal with chunks of pineapple or orange or mandarin or anything in the actual dish, I'm quite fine with it. Fuck it, let's get the first question. Scrolly's
This is LBC from Global, leading.
Now, James, that is a hell of a younger picture than what your current age is. You might need to change that. This one's about 15 to 20 years old. 15 years ago? Oh God, I keep on forgetting about Joanna Cherry. Yeah, she's like Lillian Jones and Angela Crowley. Wow, good few lesbians. Good few gay men as well. Some of them in Labour, some of them in the Tories, which is always quite fun for me to realise. Like Matthew Paris. Who else have we got? Mandy? Prince of Darkness? Have I got that wrong? Mandelson's gay, isn't he?
In Britain's Conversation with James O'Brien.
It's 3 minutes after 10. A very good morning to you. I hope that you are well. I do like autumn. Sorry to go all partridge.
No, Mark.
About the unpopularity he now enjoys among his own MPs, who would next.
Let's go forward.
It's really crazy that we're asking it in before the middle of November 2025. Do you want Starmer to go? 0345 606 0973. Do you want him to go now or soon? And if so,
The case from Scott. Last time I checked, I don't think Sweary's gay. But don't get me wrong, there's a good few MSPs who are either gay or lesbian. Obviously, noted bisexual Carla Denia in the Greens down in Westminster. Yeah, who's going to take a sip from the poison chalice now? That's what I used to say about like football managers, especially where the Scotland football team's concerned. And now it seems Rangers as well, because Christ, who wants to manage that? But yeah, no, who would? Yeah, it's a poison chalice at this point. But I usually used to say that about the Tory party because obviously let's just look at the prime ministers we've had. Fucking hell. Fucking just it's who we had. Fuck it, we'll go from the coalition onwards. So Cameron, May, Bojo, Liz, and Rishi. There's thing that she found one. She's my fault. Fucking hell, Craig Hoy. I didn't know he was gay. Huh. Is he one of the list? Hmm. There is pockets of them on the list. Obviously, I've got Annie Wells. And I can't remember the other one. It is probably deeply racist of me to say, but he's an Asian individual. I can't remember the bastard's name. But Annie Wells is one of the list here. Her constituency office is on Maryhill Road. Just above it from the fire station, actually. Fire Brigade station on Maryhill Road. It's a good fucking question they were on, actually. Maybe? We'll find out. Obviously, used to say a week's a long time in politics. Apparently 24 hours is a long time in politics now. It's fucking mental. It's brilliant watching the world go to shit, especially with our politics here in the UK. Fucking hell. I would say just end me, but I'm actually enjoying this. The skip being on fire is a sight to behold, and just hoping it'll burn all these, metaphorically burn all these fucking bastards away, and we get actual decent politicians for a change, at least in government. Obviously, I won't hold my breath, but you never know. Weirder things have happened.
Why? And if not, why not? As I say, it's not irretrievable. 0345 6060973.
It's irretrievable for Starmer, James.
Give me a call and simply tell me whether or not you want Starmer to go. Because again, and I'm not going to labour this point, pardon the pun,
I do.
Unduly, at least I'm going to try not to, but this is a story about his closest allies being worried that he's vulnerable. It's not, that's what the story is about. So
it is a bit odd, Dan, isn't it? Don't get me wrong, I'm okay for gay empowerment and everything. Bisexual, by the way. Yeah, there's. I knew of two of them anyway in the Tories. Murdo isn't gay, is he? I said to my sister in a text earlier on, no, about 12 hours ago actually, when she was on break, that I'd done debate night from here in Glasgow. I assumed you applied. Of course I fucking applied. I see you didn't get on. God, Scottish Marxist and Scottish Green Party member. I tried. Every time when they come to Glasgow, I always try to get on to either debate night or question time. Never fucking make it, never get picked, obviously. Lowly wee poor person that lives in the north of the city don't deserve to be heard, apparently. Get right. Don't care. I've got my own platform, so fuck off. Yeah, there's a few of them, which always seems odd to me. Hold on.
the question of how vulnerable he is across the country as opposed to the parliamentary party is one that only we can answer. Do you think he's blown? Do you think he's already?
They can answer it as well, James.
0345 6060973. Okay, and if you don't want to get stuck into the personal, if you want to do the bigger picture, it speaks to exactly the same issue, really. But why is he so unpopular? Why is he so
corrupt, serial liar, dog shit policies, literally going back on everything he says. Don't get me wrong, I keep on saying the manifesto's the greatest work of fiction ever fucking written. Believe a party manifesto if you want to, of course. Oh, no problem, Elron. Thank you for dropping by. Always a pleasure. Yeah, self-care's good care. Take your meds if you need to. Look after your mum. Stay based. Free Palestine. Keep laughing at Keir and James, obviously. Yeah. I keep on forgetting about Ross Greer. Yeah, Patrick Harvey's bisexual. Please be the bisexuals. And I'm not doing that for self-interest, obviously. There's plenty of good bisexuals out in the world. Especially here in Glasgow, oddly enough. Who'd have thunk it? One of the largest cities having one of the largest bisexual communities in the UK. Bring it on. Eventually we will take over the city.
unpopular? And listen, this is obviously a conversation for people who are not persuaded by the
Yeah,
sort of
Rod.
nativist lies of populists. This is a conversation for people. Most obvious.
Yeah, yeah. Because we shook off the old Presbyterian fucking bollocks, essentially, which is a good thing. And I say that as a former Protestant. Well, I was raised Protestant, didn't really. I was part of the church for social reasons more than anything, to actually see my friends, do fun things at the Girls' Brigade and shit like that. So I done it for friendships and stuff like that, not for any religious reasons really. Especially as I got past the age of 15.
Obviously, for people who voted Labour at the last general election. In fact, I mean, almost exclusively in the first instance, if you voted for him last time and you think he's already blown it, has he let you down? I'm not interested in.
There were people leaving the party before he became Prime Minister, James. Because, I'll say again, I'm probably going to get fucking fed up with saying this, crap serial liar. Everyone, go and follow Helena. She is awesome. No Justice MTG. She's got an entire playlist, an entire video. It's an hour and a half long. You will have fun because she literally just debunks James. It is good. If anyone wants me to show it on stream, just ask.
Talking to various sort of fruit bats and psychos about how the latest online conspiracy.
They exist in our politics, James. Case in point, Mindfrog. Some of these reform councillors in the 10 councils they control are fucking lunatics. And they're in positions of power at county council level, which is deeply terrifying to me. These people think they can run a fucking country. Get wrecked. Oh, you're over on Twitter. That's, Reza. That's Doc. That is main mod Shanna's now dearly departed dog. Say hello to Doc, everyone. Doc is awesome. I've heard stories from Shanna about Doc. Hi, Doc. No longer among us. She does have another lunatic dog called Ricochet. He's kind of mental at times. Delightfully funny. I love Ricochet so much. And elderly Simon, blind in one eye, nearly blind in the other, and has a suite of issues. Yeah, rest in peace, Shanna's dog. Doc was amazing, apparently. I want to meet Ricochet and Simon. Ricochet's younger. What is he, 5 or 6? So Ricochet's still kind of young. I can't remember what age Simon is. Fuck. Shanna, are you here? She might be busy. I could jump over to her channel and ask her how old Simon is. 10 or over 10 at least, I think.
About how he's a tool of the World Economic Forum who has backed the injections of vaccines in order to control all our minds. There's plenty of radio shows you can ring. This ain't one of them. So it's for people who had some optimism, however guarded, after the last general election, who don't have any, much, or enough left.
Thanks, Dan.
But please also tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me that the situation is not just retrievable.
Let's bring on a caller, James. Let's hear what the fuck
Absolutely
caller's
not
like.
bad
Then
enough for
we
the
move
fears
on.
being expressed in Downing Street to be realised. That's it, I think. 0345 60609 at 73. On a personal level, has he blown it? For you, has he lost your vote already? Do you want him to go? And on a second level, to make it a little bit bigger, a little bit broader, why is he so unpopular, so personally unpopular? Because I just find...
Dog shit policies. He can't speak properly at times. And you corrupt serial liar. How many times, James? Seriously, how many fucking times do we need to tell you this?
I find that extraordinary. I'm not suggesting I sign up or accept the chairmanship of his fan club, but to be so
Was that him
spectacularly
yesterday?
unpopular when, at the very worst, he's made mistakes is, frankly, extraordinary. But it's true. And there must be reasons behind it. And no one is better placed to tell me what they are than you. It's 20 minutes after 10. Hit the numbers now. You will get through.
James O'Brien on LBC.
It is 21 minutes after 10, and number 10 is on alert amid fears of a challenge to leadership. That is a story that has come straight out of number 10. And it makes me wonder how justified those fears are among the electorate as opposed to among the Parliamentary Labour Party. And, of course, by electorate, I chiefly mean the people who elect.
I genuinely mean this. Feel free to clip me, lose my mind. It's just fucking. I could do with the clips, and obviously seeing me laughing my fucking face off is fucking just mental. Tammany. Tammany. Pronounce it correctly, because some people don't pronounce Tammany correct. It is a Scottish. Well, I have Scottish word. Yeah. Thanks, Dan.
Keir Starmer. You gave him your vote, and you don't necessarily want it back, but you wouldn't be entirely averse to a change of personnel at the top of the pyramid. Phil's in Exeter. Phil, what do you reckon?
Hello, James.
Hello,
a
Phil.
second-time caller, I'm pleased to say.
I wonder when you can stop keeping count. I don't want you to ring in next year and say 17th time caller, Phil. I think
Well, if I can get through, maybe.
If you can get through. Carry on.
James, I'll make it clear now. I'm a Labour activist here in sunny Exeter. I knock a lot of doors. I speak to a lot of people. People wanted the change. Change has been announced at national level, and there's some great things. For example, I worked hard to try to renationalise the railways. Guess what? We're doing it after 30 years. We're bringing back we're doing all these things. We're making all these announcements. But when I knock a door, people still say to me, Phil, when I open the door, I still see the weeds. I still see the potholes. The bus don't turn up. The trains are delayed. I haven't had a decent pay rise. I know they say average, but you know, I've got longer hours. So what's happening is about delivery. Now, changing the manager of a football team don't only, it's the players. It's the players who put the ball in the back of the net, not the manager.
Well, I mean, you know, changing.
Football vacation. Fucking fun. Yet again. It's literally a unicorn. It is. I love it. It's delightful. Oh my god. They, them, Dan, are you? I keep on forgetting to ask people. She, her, I'm basic, essentially. I am woman. Hear me roar or laugh or fucking scream. They're called fae folk for a reason, but fairies, I'll give you fairies. Trying to reclaim the word fairies from some of the right-oids you got like in the 70s and 80s and stuff, calling like gay men fairies and shit like that, or poofs. The any. Delightful, Dan. I love it. I love it. I'll use the any for you then. Completely agree, Reza. I've said to you, you're an honorary Scotsman. You can come up. But yeah, do you think we're able to redeem this creature? I am doubtful at this point. The entire Labour cabinet is beyond irretrievable at this point, for me at least. I'm glad Kate Forbes is fucking off. See you later, Kate. Bye. I can't remember if anyone else has said that they're not standing. I'm still waiting for Stephen Flynn to say that he's coming back home so he can go into Holyrood instead of being down in that toxicity down in Westminster. Don't get me wrong, he's fucking doing amazing work down there. Love him down there. Yeah, Labour are in the bin. I really, really hope. I will use a Scottish word here for anyone not knowing. I assume, Reza, you might have heard this word before. I hope Labour get malted in the polls. Basically beaten the fuck up. That's what people used to say when they literally kicked people nearly to death half the time. Like, you seriously malted them. Bring it. Fantastic. I will help you free the Tyne and the Tweed. They deserve it. Grey swaths of the North East have been basically brutalised by them. That's why I keep on saying they all need to they need to get brutalised in the polls. They fucking deserve it. Swinney, SNP under Swinney. I suppose he's a decent placeholder, I guess. I had big hopes for Hamza. Look how that ended. Fuck. Yeah, they're completely out of touch. At this point, there's no point trying to re-educate the actual Labour politicians. I don't think there is. There's no fucking point to it. And any time they appear on either Question Time or Debate Night up here or any other sort of political programme, they're fucked. They can't go out saying promote these policies, some of them, which are decent enough. I like some of the Labour policies, don't get me wrong, but all of them down in Westminster are utter garbage. We need shop all of them. 2029 is going to be fun, and I'll say again, I do not want that fucking creature in number 10. Please, England and parts of Wales, do not do that to us. I don't want Nigel in fucking number 10. I don't. Him as fucking Prime Minister is going to be so fucking destructive. We've already went through fucking too many fucking years of Tory fuckwittery and foolishness. I'm not going back to it. I'm really not. And I'm being deadly serious with this. I will literally buy myself a shovel and dig the trench myself. I'm separating Scotland from that being Prime Minister. Do we want to know that? Don't get me wrong, it will be terrifying, but really revelatory. You had Dominic Cummings appearing in the papers every now and again, or literally saying stuff online. Well, saying stuff when he's been doorstepped and shit like that. At least he said stuff. He still is. He was. McSweeney's just as bad as Dominic Cummings, essentially, in my eyes. I liked Blackford as well. I thought he'd done quite good. He got kicked out a few times by Bercow, though, on parliamentary language and everything. They needed to check. I can't remember what speaker it was when Mary used to. Oh, it would have been Bercow when she used numpty. He didn't know it. He's too ensconced in the southeast, obviously, Bercow. He didn't know what numpty was. Egypt, like idiot, fool, whatever, take your pick, but numpty. Uniquely Scottish, obviously, and more people are using it now. They are indeed. Let's go back a minute. Back a minute.
James, I'll make it clear now. I'm a Labour activist here in sunny Exeter. I knock a lot of doors. I speak to a lot of people. People wanted the change. Change has been announced at national level, and there's some great things. For example, I worked hard to try to renationalise the railways. Guess what? We're doing it after 30 years. We're bringing back the...
They're not doing it on a national level, Phil. Just saying. They could be bringing it all back into government hands or the public hands. To a certain extent, that's happening up here in Scotland. Most of the buses I can't give a duck. I can't give a duck. I love you. I can't give a duck is them, by the way. They are based. I love I can't give a duck. Order!
We're doing all these things. We're making all these announcements. But when I knock a door, people still say to me, Phil, when I open the door, I still see the weeds. I still see the potholes. The bus don't turn up. The trains are delayed. I haven't had a decent pay rise. I know they say average, but you know, I've got longer hours. So what's happening is about delivery. Now, changing the manager of a football team don't only, it's the players. It's the players who put the ball in the back of the net, not the manager.
Well, I mean, you know, changing managers generally makes quite a big difference.
Yeah, well, I don't think it will on this occasion.
Okay, so who are the players that are letting us down then?
Well, I think...
As a country?
I don't mean you personally, but the media in general.
Yeah, but that's going to be true for everyone. You know, I mean, that's true for every Labour leader.
Love it. James, you love it. Your class love it. When I say class, I mean the media class.
Yeah, but this...
Oh, Reza, that's getting pinned, man. That's getting pinned. I love you, by the way. That is fucking awesome. That's getting pinned, fucking hell.
This is a story about Downing Street. I mean, I knew I was going to have to do this. I didn't think it would be with the first caller. This story is about Downing Street, number 10, briefing political journalists that Keir Starmer is facing a leadership threat and he is determined to fight it. It's come out of your man's lobby. It's come out of his camp. It's come out of his bunker. It's got nothing to do with me. The story didn't exist yesterday. I wouldn't have been doing a phone-in today about threats to Keir Starmer's leadership unless Keir Starmer's leadership team had told us that there were threats to Keir Starmer's leadership. So with the greatest of respect and with apologies for not keeping the patience I promised I was going to keep, you have to park that notion. The British media is bent. It's utterly corrupt. It's entirely in the hands of oligarchs and plutocrats, except for the BBC.
There's still political actors on the BBC board, James. You know this. And you're not fucking funded by people. You're funded by a fucking conglomerate. You're funded by big money as well, LBC. Global player is literally global. So you can't exclude yourself. You're part of that process as well. Oh, Christ's sake.
That is now under attack from the bits of the media owned by the oligarchs and plutocrats. But this story on this day about this issue is coming straight out of Downing Street. So spare me the legacy media claptrap, Phil, please.
Well, I hope I'm not giving claptrap. I mean, it's not.
No, it is a story created by Downing Street, which speaks to the incompetence in that building, not to the corruption of the UK media, which I talk about on this programme every single day.
Okay. Give me a chance.
I will.
All I'm going to say is the chattering classes inside the party, outside or wherever they are should stop. We should focus on what we've got to do. We've got to get on. We've got to put things.
They can't do that. They keep on privately briefing to the lobby journalists. Phil, fucking hell. Urgh. Help me. Comrades and friends, I beg of you. This is fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Trust me, the Scots noticed that a while ago. But yes, correct, Reza.
Right.
So why is he so spectacularly unpopular among, park the country? Why are so many...
Corrupt serial liar dog shit policies and the cabinet is in fucking disarray. Next.
Any Labour MPs concerned?
Well, they're concerned for their seats, and I understand that. They're concerned for their jobs and their seats. And they,
Why? Why are they concerned for their jobs and their seats?
Because of the polls. Because the polls are going down.
Why are the polls going down?
Well, because we continually have a poll telling everybody how bad things are in life. It's what we like to talk about in this country.
And whose job is it? Whose job is it to turn that oil tanker around?
Oh, I know there's about leadership. I totally agree to you, but I think we need to play our part individually in that. Look, I suppose. Look, I'll finish because I see where you're going, and I get it. I understand it.
I salute your loyalty and your optimism,
Correct.
mate.
Thank you.
No, I really do. I really do.
I really appreciate it because I'm working class. I believe in the working class. I think in our struggle. As soon as the left divide, we're finished. That's all we are.
But it's not.
So,
I mean,
anyway.
that's fine. But the problem here is that the story that is being told to the people that you're talking to on the doorsteps, they couldn't even begin to tell you. And respectfully, you can't.
Okay, I'm done with that. So you're wank. Don't know. Where are we? I like that one. Oh, I hope you're okay with this, Dan. Right, get rid of screen capture. Bring that back. Screen capture. There we go. Screen capture. Go. Yes. This. Go. Oh dear. Eco-Marxist. Hello, fellow eco-Marxist. Oh, sweet. Hang on. Left values. That might be quite fun. Give me a minute. Get rid of that. Yeah. Give me a minute. Let's see if I can do this. That might be quite fun. Okay. Values. Yes. Convention. Actors. Actors. Phew. Oops. You can't see me. I am back. Oh, it's GitHub. 72 questions. Shouldn't take too long. Oppressed peoples have the right to engage in a violent uprising when all other options have been exhausted. I don't like violence. Don't get me wrong, violence in some situations is called for and needs to be done for reasons. Agree. Wrong agree. Oh, oh dear. Agree. Agree. Democratic centralism is an authoritarian organizational structure that disregards the masses. Correct. Wrong agree. Oh, no. Wrong agree. It does, doesn't it? I post a fair amount on Discord. I am off the health site for, well, I said before, once I got my friend rescued and back home, she was born and brought up here in Glasgow, done her degree in nursing here in Glasgow, at Glasgow University. I managed to rescue her, her New Yorker husband, and their 2 daughters. So they're back here now. I went over to their house that I helped them find, well, Super Hubby helped them find. Glass of Wine literally uninstalled the health site because I didn't need to use the DM anymore because they were back here. And all my lefty friends who are in the States are either in my Discord or they talk to me on Blue Sky or Threads, which is easy. Easier on Discord because we can make it private there. The leadership of political parties in the progression towards socialism will always lead to authoritarianism. Help! I'm willing to take a poll on this one. I'm not entirely. Stalin did exist. So did Mao. So did Xi Jinping essentially as well. Oh dear God. Oh, ouch. Oh, neutral. Strongly agree. Yeah, totally agree with you, Reza. Bureaucracy and inefficiency are always inherent in centrally planned economies. Disagree. Agree. Agree. Mostly agree. Oh dear God. I'm a bit. I'm intelligent. I class myself as intelligent because reasons. Education does that. Also, I still question myself. It's always good for the left to question itself every now and again. People of similar cultures should unite in federations or confederations. Help. Neutral. Total economic and social equality is realistically possible to achieve. Yes. They won't. Oh dear God. That's basically our basically asking, are you an anarchist? Somewhat agree. Disagree. We can do both. Agree. Self-interest for that one. Agree. Agree. Eco-socialist. The state can be best defined as a monopoly on violence and oppression. That is correct. Correct. Disagree. Somewhat agree. Cybersyn did exist. Agree. Disagree. Oh dear. In the current context of no. You're not sick, Reza. That's called imposter syndrome, by the way. We all have to deal with that at some extent. And obviously, I don't have imposter syndrome. I'm a streamer. Agree. Disagree. Yep. Agree. Obviously, outright Marxists and communists do not get voted in, obviously, because of the way our polity is structured, unfortunately. Because capitalism, fun. Oh, God. I do actually agree with that one. It just doesn't always work like that, though. Yep. Ah! No. A world socialist republic is a realistic and desirable goal. It's a desirable goal. I don't know if it's realistic currently. Don't get me wrong. Mostly agree with that. Wrong. Fuck off. My body. I agree. Yep, agree. Mostly agree. I agree. Yep. Oh, I don't like the way this one's worded. Minority population should receive special legal protections. Mostly agree. Yep. Yep. I don't believe in great man theory. I disagree. Disagree. It's a difference, well. Disagree. We can work together if we're wanting to achieve the same goals. Disagree. Oh God. Workplace democracy within capitalism is an acceptable alternative to a complete socialisation of the economy. Disagree. Nope. I'm not an eco-fash. Go away. Mostly agree. Disagree. There are actually some decent fucking unions out there. Yeah. Mm. Again, product of Cybersyn. I generally agree with that. Generally agree. Fuck off. Ooh. Ouch. Ugh. Oh God, I feel kind of yucky with this one. Fuck. Mass spontaneous actions are more effective than carefully planned actions. Both have happened, by the way, in history. Ah, fuck. Neutral. Fuck off. Disagree. I will keep on screaming into the void to do fucking title. Generally agree. Mostly agree with that one. Don't agree. Mostly agree. That is literally a question about did you like the look of Cybersyn? I did. Fuck up. Ooh, 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 ugh. Help. I don't know how to answer this one. Fuck. Oh, that would work. Oh, it does depend, doesn't it, Reza? Religions overall have a mostly positive effect and should remain influential in society. Jesus was a socialist. And quite a lot of Muslims are communists as well, by the way. Case in point, Akeem. He does exist. He is Marxist and also Muslim. I don't know what denomination he is. He is from Iraq, so I'm assuming. I shouldn't assume Sunni. I really shouldn't. He might be Shia. I don't know. Oh no, I think he might be Sunni. He doesn't really have a care for. He doesn't like Iran. He might be Sunni. I mostly agree. And I must agree. No, disagree. my God. Council communism, a form of left communism that emerged in Germany and Holland in the early 20th. Council communists reject participation in liberal democracy, support spontaneous revolutions, and believe in disempowering political parties in favour of workers' councils. You can send these results by copying and pasting the URL at the top of your page. Next closest matches: eco-Marxist, orthodox Marxist, eco-anarchist, and ANCOM. Okay. It is, isn't it? So just type in leftvalues.github.io. I'll put it in the chat. Was he? Sweet. Bring back my... Just give me my Discord. What the fuck? And you don't need to... Or did you get it? Thanks, Dan. Much appreciated. You don't need to apologise for posting links to BBC articles. Don't I get to them as well during the streams. So did you actually do good journalism every now and again, oddly enough? Italy investigates claims of tourists paying to shoot civilians in Bosnia in the 90s. Delightful. Oh, Sarah Rainsford. So we're kind of similar then, Dan. Interesting. The reason for council communism is because I believe in the party individuals being able to direct the proletariat to a certain degree. They can come to us if they have ideas. We'll talk to them about things of that nature, which are good. The more people involved, the better, I see. And more diverse plurality is always a good thing, essentially. I know of Sarah Rainsford. She's fairly good reporter, mostly. Public Prosecutor's Office in Milan has opened an investigation into claims that Italian citizens travelled to Bosnia-Herzegovina on sniper safaris. That's a delightful phrase. During the wars in the early 90s. You have to remember it's pretty easy for Italians to get to the Balkans. transportation links and everything. They can drive. Italians and others are alleged to have paid large sums to shoot at civilians in the besieged city of Sarajevo. Fun. The Milan complaint was filed by journalist and novelist Ezio Gavazzini, who describes a manhunt by very wealthy people with a passion for weapons who pay to be able to kill defenceless civilians from safe positions in the hills around Sarajevo. You have to remember a lot of the Serbians during this war, during that period of time, were outright fash. Islamophobes and things of that nature, just garbage people. Different rates were charged to kill men, women and children, according to some reports. What the fuck? More than 11,000 people died during the brutal 4-year siege of Sarajevo. Correct. I think it was something over 12,000 actually got killed. Always fun. Yugoslavia was torn apart by war and the city was surrounded by Serb forces and subject to constant shelling and sniper fire. Correct. Got reported on at the time. For more than that, do not ask James Blunt. He was called Captain Blunt back then. He was a tank officer, a cavalry officer. I've always found that one fun. Similar allegations about human hunters from abroad have been made several times over the years, but the evidence gathered by Gavazzini, which includes the testimony of a Bosnian military intelligence officer, book, is now being examined by Italian counter-terrorism prosecutor Alessandro Gobis. The charge is murder. Wow. The Bosnian officer apparently revealed that his Bosnian colleagues found out about the so-called safaris in late '93, then passed on the information to Italy's military intelligence in early '94. The response from SISMI came a couple of months later. He said they found out that safari tourists would fly from northern Italian border city of Trieste, the German speakers by the way, and then travel to the hills above Sarajevo. So that'd be like an hour's flight or something. We've put a stop to it, and there won't be any more safaris, the officer was told, according to ANSA news agency. Within 2 or 3 months, the trips had stopped. Ezio Gavazzini, who usually writes about terrorism and the mafia, first read about the sniper tours to Sarajevo fucking 30 years ago when Italian newspaper Corriere della Sera reported the story, but without firm evidence, so he didn't have. Starmer can suck my unmade snipples. Rejoice, comrades. Sozzled Snake is here. Hi, Sozzled. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot barge pole since I'm not going to just go away here. Just fuck off. So they didn't have any evidence for it. He returns to the topic after seeing Sarajevo Safari, a documentary film from 2022 by Slovenian director Miran Zupanic. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong there, Miran. Which alleges that those involved in the killings came from several countries, including the US and Russia as well as Italy. Why am I not surprised? Gavazzini began to dig further and in February handed prosecutors his findings, said to amount to a 17-page file. What is happening? Oh, thanks, Oswald. Gavazzini began to dig further and in February handed prosecutors his findings, said to amount to a 17-page file, including a report by former Sarajevo Mayor Benjamina Karic. Praise be Oswald Snake. Speaking to Italy's La Repubblica newspaper, Gavazzini alleges that many took part in the practice, at least 100. Fucking hell. And all with Italians paying a lot of money to do so, up to €100,000, 88,000 in today's terms. In 1992, late Russian nationalist writer and politician Edward Limonov was filmed firing multiple rounds into Sarajevo from a fucking heavy machine gun. Oh, thank you for dropping by, Sosald. Always a pleasure. Praise be Sosald, one of the best comrades ever. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with cider or beer or anything or alcohol. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. Free Palestine. And keep laughing at Starmer, obviously. What the fucking hell? He was being given a tour of hillside possessions by Bosnian fucking Radovan Karadzic. Fucking amazing. He was later convicted of genocide by an international tribunal at The Hague. Yes, Radovan Karadzic is a fucking monster. Lemonov didn't pay for his war tourism, though. He was there as an admirer of Karadzic, telling him, "We Russians should take example from you." Fucking terrifying. Italian prosecutors are said to have identified a list of witnesses as they try to establish who might have been involved. I need to keep an eye on this. However, members of the British forces who served in Sarajevo in the 90s have told the BBC that they never heard of any so-called sniper tourism during the Bosnian conflict. Take that with a pinch of salt. They indicated that any attempts to bring in people from third countries who had paid to shoot at civilians in Sarajevo would have been logistically difficult to accomplish due to the proliferation of checkpoints. Corrupt officials do exist in governments. Just saying. British forces served both inside Sarajevo and the surrounding area surrounding the city where Serb forces were stationed, and they saw nothing at the time to suggest that sniper tourism was taking place. One soldier described the allegations that foreigners had paid to shoot at civilians as an urban myth. I'll need to keep an eye on this. Okay. Let's see what else I can get. Ah. What is this from Demo? Oh damn, that's members only. Oh no, I put things into my watch later, didn't I? Give me a minute. Watch later. Yes, correct. Dan, correct. Oh, I forgot to get into that one. I need to go and deal with myself, but I will play. I'll put Richard at the top actually. Then we can go into Owen. Take it away, Richard J. Murphy. Everyone, go and follow Richard. He's fucking amazing.
Some people are saying that we face the risk of 1970s style stagflation in the UK, where inflation is above expectation and unemployment is also higher than anybody would wish. We've got 4% inflation at the present point in time and around 5% unemployment, although I think the real rate is higher than that. So is this a real problem? And what anyway was 1970s stagflation, which is what gave rise to this term? It's something we need to talk about because the truth is it's deeply misunderstood and the chance of getting it back is very low indeed. But that requires us to understand the causes of the problems that gave rise to the end of Keynesianism in the 1970s. Back then in the 1970s, and I was around at the time, inflation rose while unemployment stayed high. This wasn't what people expected. Under the Keynesian model, people expected those two to, broadly speaking, work in an inverse relationship. High inflation meant low unemployment. High unemployment meant low inflation. But people realized that you could have high inflation and high unemployment, and economists and politicians declared as a result that Keynesianism was dead, the model didn't work, and that they had to find something else. The trouble was, they ignored the fact that there were key global shocks that had given rise to the crisis and inflation, and that the consequences were ones that would pass through the system in due course, as they always do. There were two oil price shocks in the 1970s, one in 1973 and one in 1979, and they effectively quadrupled energy costs overnight, quite deliberately, as OPEC countries, Arab countries in the main, took action as a consequence of what Israel was doing with its attacks on Arab states, including Egypt in particular, but also on the West Bank. The conflict there gave rise to this stress. As a consequence of the rise in oil prices, other global commodity prices also surged, and inflation was imported. As a consequence of that import of inflation, which was unprecedented at the time, unions sought to protect real wages and went on strike to demand pay rises, and the government panicked. Now, that use of union power was something that the unions had got used to because in the post-war period, unions had in fact done an extraordinary job of increasing the real wages of working people in the economy in the UK, and as a result, increased real living standards enormously. So the fact that they fought back against the reaction to rising prices by asking for pay rises was hardly surprising. But the government's panic reaction by tightening money supply, trying to cut spending, and basically putting into place austerity measures simply created a worsening situation that approximated to the onset of recession. There was total policy confusion. It wasn't that Keynesian economics was failing, it was that politicians didn't understand the new world they were looking at, and there was another factor in all this as well, and that was that they were dealing with the type of money they'd never seen before. In 1971, the world finally came off the gold standard. It was the USA that broke the relationship, and then we all broke our relationship with the dollar by letting the pound float. Now, we were getting towards that point as the 1970s progressed, but the fact was that the monetary system that had been put in place in 1945 had come to the end of its life because there was no underpinning in the reserve currency relationship between the dollar and gold, and there was no relationship left that could be relied upon between the pound and the dollar, and the opportunity to float wasn't something that politicians had understood. But in practice, of course, when they did, pretty much everything went right with regard to currency. We just discovered a new level at which the pound could be traded, and the problem was over. But until politicians realised that, they tried to maintain the value of the pound against imported inflation, which was being priced in this overvalued currency, with the consequence that working people were being punished. That is what caused the stagflation above all else, in my opinion, plus, of course, those external shocks which they couldn't manage. But in the middle of the confusion that was created by this and the claim that Keynesianism was dead, monetarists like Milton Friedman seized the moment. They claimed inflation was always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. They claimed that state spending was too high, there was too much government-created money in the economy, and that the government must be cut in size, and that the whole of the state should need to cut its cloth to suit its current situation, and that the private sector should be allowed to pick up the slack and grow, and that was how the economy could be returned to prosperity. The mantra was simple: markets are good, governments are bad, and neoliberalism was born from that myth. But the fact is that actually Keynes had never promised growth without limit. He had always understood that inflation control was necessary to keep the management of the economy within the real constraints that it faced. He knew more than almost anybody on the planet that shocks like war.
Richard, amazing. Thank you.
Or oil scarcity created situations that demanded state activity to deliver economic coordination. He had, after all, effectively planned these wartime economies of the UK in 1914 and 1939. He was the person who had literally underpinned the economic situations that had delivered victory in 2 world wars. So he wasn't blind to the risks that existed. He knew about them. But what he also knew was that it was fiscal policy and not blind monetarism that was the tool for stability, even though he did fully understand what monetary policy was, which is something that few people now appreciate. The fact was, he knew that inflation wasn't just about money. What he knew was that it was also about power and about the conflict between labour, capital and consumers over who bears the cost of scarcity. He knew that because he had had to face that in 1941 when he realised that the scale of the conflict that the UK was involved in at that point in time required massive sacrifice by the wealthy in order to fund the war effort. And he solved that conflict at that time with very high tax charges and a reallocation of resources and effectively enforced saving to make sure that the resources that were required to win the war were made available to that war effort. So he understood this real relationship between money and resources. And in the 1970s, governments had forgotten about that process. They had effectively lived for 25 or more years from 1945 onwards in a world that was, well, unbelievably good for most people. Let's be clear, I was brought up in that era and it was one of hope. And then in the 1970s, when crisis came, governments had to decide between labour, capital and consumers. And under the influence of Friedman and Hayek, they sided with capital and not labour. But let's be clear, that was a political choice and not a Keynesian theory failure. And it broke the...
Ideology. Ideology. I will say again, be sure your sins will find you out, because most politicians in either the West or the global North, ideology. Simple as. We will keep on talking about this, obviously, us leftists. We do try to reach out to people, obviously. But yeah, this is just pure ideology that they went for in the late 70s, unfortunately. And because certain governments in the 70s, especially here in Britain, basically folded, they crumpled and went with Friedman and his band of fucking capitalist ghouls, essentially. Fucking neoliberalism. I did Helena's got rid of that noise alert, by the way. Sorry, Natalie. You've lost a lot of us now, by the way. I don't know who I'm more disappointed in, Philosophy Tube or ContraPoints. Upset with both of them for different reasons, obviously, and stuff like that. So, sorry, Abigail. Sorry, Natalie. And at some point, hopefully, we'll get another video from H-Bomb. I think he's busy. Don't worry, there'll be a big hoo-ha. We'll all find out. Oh, he's done another video. And it's going to be 4 hours fucking long. I used to think he must get knackered doing all those fucking videos that are over 2 hours long. I know I would. I can just about survive doing streaming, let alone making a fucking 2-3 hour long fucking video or Bread to Bessie thing. I do my research, but to actually do it properly and put it on as a video on my YouTube channel, dear God, that would fucking end me, I think. It's easier being a streamer in certain regards. I can talk about it and get my point across, and people can go back to my live streams later on when they've got a minute or a couple hours to spare.
Post-war consensus. The economics didn't fail. The politics that came in did, however, change everything. And in the end, as we know, for the worse. Unions were weakened, wages stagnated, inequality soared. Real wages did in fact simply not rise for decades to come. Deregulation and privatization claimed to be free markets when in fact they were anything but, because they represented financialization rather than the placement of savings into productive investment, which is what had happened beforehand. And today's crises of low pay, asset bubbles, and rentier dominance all can be traced back to the point when Thatcher came into office and put Keynes behind her. The trouble is that Rachel Reeves and Labour now echo those 1970s fears mouthed at the time by Labour Chancellor Dennis Healey and Labour Prime Minister Jim Callaghan, who said, we must control inflation first. They mistook price pressure for fiscal irresponsibility when it wasn't. It was all about a demand for the government to control the allocation of resources, which they failed to do, and it was that failure which created crisis. And inflation now, just as then, is supply-driven, not wage-driven. In the 1970s, it was oil that drove price increases. In the 2020s, it has been oil, gas, fertilizer, and wheat that have driven inflation. Those are the drivers now, pretty much the same drivers as they were in the 1970s. The trouble is, we're still repeating the monetarist errors because we believe that we can control this inflation by changing interest rates within our domestic economy, when doing so has absolutely no impact at all on what is driving.
Yeah, Richard's correct. You can't do it like that. There's always going to be external shocks happening in other markets that we trade with. It doesn't work like it. For better economic explainers or understandings, just go and watch No Justice. She's better at it than me. But I get it at a certain level. I can explain a little bit, I guess. That was never going to fucking work, and they got told back then by economists. People like Richard, obviously he was alive in the 70s, obviously, and stuff. But she was a child. There's always going to be shocks out with what your domestic trading things are, what actually happens in the economy, especially here in an industrialised Western nation like UK is. 6th largest economy in the world, by the way, apparently. So there's always going to be outside shocks happening in different places that we trade with and who we buy shit from. So that's always going to be a factor that needs to be looked at and dealt with accordingly. with economic policy that a government does. But what has been happening since her, it's basically groupthink now. Mostly Friedman with a sousance of fucking Hayek, and he can get wrecked. He can just fuck off. Essentially, why are we still following this fucking bastard's policies or ideas? We really shouldn't be. Hayek was just wrong, as Richard is saying. Obviously, being Marxist, I do have to read about the history of these types of people. I'm more socially based, like the actual people, how they affect people on a micro level. So individuals, communities, cities. That's where I sit. Essentially, I want what's good for local area or country at large, or the world, the globe at large. Essentially, I try not to get too much into the weeds, especially with these sort of physical or economics. That's why I go to Richard or I go to the Unlearning Economics or Helena, obviously, and to a certain extent Gary Stevenson as well. They explain it for dum-dums like me. More biology based, really, and more body health and disability coded. But I do have to understand it to a certain level so I can give my opinion, my point across, essentially. Keynesian's good, mostly. Don't get me wrong. Keynesian is mostly good. Friedman and Hayek, seriously, fuck off.
Driving the inflation in the first place and pushing wages down in response to those external price changes is just going to make the economy worse. Stagflation didn't disprove Keynes. It proved we misunderstood him. Keynes argued for full employment, public investment and cooperation. When energy or supply shocks hit, he said the answer is planning and not austerity, and of course he proved it during the wartime era. He said the state must invest to build resilience, and in the 1970s it chose not to do so. Instead, neoliberal spin was created. We now need to reclaim economic policy for people. We need to reject the call from markets that they must be given more and people must be given less, because that's just absurd, because people with less haven't got money to spend in markets, and therefore giving the markets more solves nothing, because people without spending power literally cannot drive market growth. We have to stop blaming public spending for the excesses of private greed which we see, and instead we need a politics of care, a politics that delivers stability and fairness and proper distribution of the benefits from the economy across everyone within it. That way, we can truly build a legacy for Keynes, a legacy of justice that ensures that not only markets prosper, and I have no problem with that, but government prospers too, and as a consequence, people prosper on the basis of the security that governments can provide, letting them take the risk of engaging with the private sector. It's that golden mean that we want.
Obviously, Richard isn't a Marxist like myself, or sort of maybe soft left if you wish. And he does speak sense, and he's definitely better at it than me, obviously. Please go and follow Richard. He is actually quite good at explaining things to people. Obviously, there's people within my Discord and within my community who understand this a bit better than I do, which is good. I love and rely on you people, on you lovely comrades of mine. Thank you. But yeah, I go to Richard. I go to Richard Wolff. I do kind of like Richard Wolff. He's good. I like Richard Murphy more. His voice is calming. Don't get me wrong, he does get animated and does speak with the genuine sincerity and not forced. What's the word I'm looking for? Options other than using his portion is economically wired brain, essentially. I like him. He's good. I watch him regularly. Obviously,
To look for.
he's a good
It
resource.
failed in the 70s because people did not understand what Keynes was saying. They did not understand how to deal with price shocks imported from external sources, and they didn't understand money and how to let it float on international exchanges, or how to use the power of the state to create money for social purpose, which we now do. Get all those things right. And we don't need stagflation now. We don't need to face stagflation now. We could face prosperity now. But that requires people, politicians with courage, to accept that they have to make the decisions on how to allocate resources and resolve the conflicts between capital and labour and consumers so that people get the resources they need to prosper. Because that is what the role of government is, making sure that people prosper. What do you think? Do you think the 1970s went wrong because Keynesianism failed? Do you think that neoliberalism was the answer to all known questions? Do you think
No
that
one.
markets are still the solution to our problems? Do you think
No,
that
they're
the
not.
government should play a bigger role? Do you simply not know?
It should.
There's a poll down below. Let us know. Thanks for watching this video. If you've enjoyed it, please do click the like and subscribe buttons because they do genuinely help us spread the word on YouTube. As importantly, could you have a look at the section below this video where it says more, and there you'll find a link to my blog, and if you follow that for the specific link to the blog entry related to this video, you'll find a transcript of this video and lots of other related material, plus a ChatGPT prompt that you could use to write a letter to your MP on the contents of this video, which will turn you into a campaigner, which will be a great thing to do. Finally, if you do appreciate the work we're doing, can you think about giving us a donation? If you'd like to do so, there's a link below, or you can find one on my blog where there's a Ko-fi button saying, please buy me a coffee. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you again soon.
Whew! Inject this right into my veins. The British government firmly hit the self-destruct button last night. This is the Labour government, so-called, though it needs to be prosecuted under the Trades Description Act. Admittedly, that's pretty low down my list of things I'd prosecute them for. Now, last night, 10 Downing Street, the centre of prime ministerial power, decided to brief that Wes Streeting, the uber Blairite health secretary, is plotting to overthrow Sir Keir Starmer, our beloved national leader, who has, within less than a year and a half of winning the election, achieved the worst ratings of any British Prime Minister since records began. In doing so, this crew of geniuses, master tacticians, strategists, simply managed to boost Wes Streeting, which I actually think was their plan all along. We'll come on to that, as well as damaging even more an already fatally wounded administration. We're going to hear from Streeting. Lucky old us, eh? But first of all, here's a quote from anonymous ministers cheerfully knifing Starmer in the back. It's terrible. He, Starmer, is hated out there. It's worse than it got to Corbyn. I don't see how this is sustainable until May, one minister said.
I'm pausing that just so I can drink in all the Labour tears. I will say again, be sure your sins will find you out. And oh, look, lots of sin happening right now within the Labour government. Holy fuck, you're meant to be running a fucking country. Is that even possible at this point with this fucking chaos happening? And just on a postcard, straight to number 10 if you want. Oh dear God, my face hurts. I've shown parts of my stream to Super Hubby from this, and he said to me yesterday morning, Thursday morning, "You're having too much fun watching Labour and Meltdown." Well, they fucking deserve it, don't they? He agreed with me. Obviously, he's never voted Labour in his life. He's always been SNP. Stop causing yourself so much pain. Your face is probably going to fall off at some point. I know that, but fuck it. I have to do it. Drink it in, people. Drink it in. It's probably going to just get worse from here until the budget. Then we'll see what the reaction to the budget is like. Your lass is going to be covering it. They'll mind me. Fucking hell. Rachel, do not be a dick. Chances.
Now, interesting they mention Jeremy Corbyn there, who, to be fair, lives rent-free in the heads of many of them long after he stopped becoming leader. Given Starmer hasn't faced a relentless public campaign of destruction against him by the media, or indeed the Parliamentary Labour Party, though the latter may now change for Starmer. Starmer had everything given to him. He couldn't have had an easier ride. The Tories destroyed themselves. He conquered his party in the most duplicitous way, but established an authoritarian reign of terror, and it all collapsed. We'll come on to that. I'd also note Corbyn's Labour got 40% of the vote in 2017 with 12.9 million votes, while Starmer's Labour got 33.7% of the vote at the last election with 9.7 million votes. That's more than 3 million votes fewer, even though the population's bigger. In fact, they got fewer votes than Corbyn's Labour achieved when it was defeated very badly in 2019 and got a
the turnout in a lot of what is now the Labour MPs, Labour backbenchers, essentially. You can group in some of the cabinet members as well, actual heads of departments. And this one, the turnout for some of these constituencies was dog shit. I will use mine as a reference. I will not bring it up, I'll just check. Excuse me, sorry for burping. Glasgow North East Parliamentary Constituency. Let's on the result. Holy dog shit. So my MP, Maureen Maureen Burke, she has a majority of 4,637, and the turnout here in this constituency where I'm currently sitting was 47%, which is shite. I will check, give me a minute, what the turnout was like in my hometown. Oh, it's easier just going for people sure. Yep, people sure. Holy fuck! My birthday's the 10th of March. Pete Wishart, 9th. I didn't know your birthday was close to mine's, Pete. Sorry, my dude. Perth and Kinrossshire. It's basically Perth and Kinross where I'm from, up the road. Well, technically up that way to the northeast, up there. Oh god, 4,172. 4,127 even, sorry. What was it? Oh, I keep on forgetting how weird shaped that fucking constituency is. What was the turnout? Turnout was better in my hometown, 65%. Well, 64.9. So fuck it, I'll just round it up, make it easier for myself. 65% is a lot better. I'd want it higher, but 47% for this constituency. Dog shit. Dan, are you still here? My dude. Okay, I'll just check your actual MP. What was the turnout like? The East. Yes, only since last year because he got parachuted in for reasons. What's it? Elections. Oh, Christ's sake.
Similar
13.
voting share. Now, Labour won, yes. People
63.5% turnout. Decent, I guess. His majority is 13,265, by the way. Huh. S&P ended second after Douglas Alexander, by the way. Ideally, I'd want the turnout to be above 75. I am doubtful if I'll get it. I will still try to campaign for it to get better voter turnout. Is it possible? Maybe not having dog shit fucking policies and garbage politicians, that might help. Don't you think?
go, well, Labour won and Corbyn didn't, and to start. Yeah, I get that. It's because reform split the right of centre vote. But let's not pretend that Keir Starmer was ever popular. He wasn't. Now let's carry on with the BBC. One senior Labour MP told us, they say, it's all very well to say wait for the locals, but that's my activist base I'm sending into the gunfire. I can't lose all my councillors. Another Labour source said,
Out with your control. Where did you put it in that talk? Oh, did you can other politics? Yeah, no problem. Oh, yep, there I go. Oh, that's not. Oh, it's a YouTube. How long's left in this? Another 14 minutes, essentially. It's from Sky News Australia. It might. Right. Give me a minute. I will actually bring this up. It might be quite interesting to see. There we go. I will break this down for you in that talk, don't worry. What channel is it?
It's very interesting. There was a march in East London on Saturday, all men, all dressed in black, most with face masks, and they were protesting about an anti-Islamic extremist demo that in fact was banned. And as they marched, this army of young Muslim men in East London, as they marched past the left holding up their sort of Queers for Palestine banners, one says to the marchers, we're on the same side, to which he replies, no, we're not, mate. And I hope the left finally wake up that actually there is something even more dangerous than identity politics that is going on, and that is the turning of a collective blind eye to his.
This was a march for Palestine, by the way. That's Manfrog, by the way. That's Nigel Farage's say. I don't like using his actual name because he is Manfrog and he can fuck off. This is more than likely going to be my next Prime Minister. Fuck off. I despise this individual. No, it depends what journalists were on the scene at the time, whatever outlet had cameraman, and person there talking to people and recording shit. But no, that's Manfrog. You can basically put him in the same sort of camp as. He's not quite as fucking overt as Bannon, but he's getting damn fucking close to it. He's a Thatcherite, essentially. He likes Reagan, if that makes it easier for you. So he's of that political ilk. He's a right-winger. Quite possibly fascist-adjacent, let's put him like that. But he is a right-winger. He is a Tory. He's a neoliberalist. He's a capitalist, obviously. So, I try to refrain from calling him an outright. But yeah, he's a right wing bellend, a right wing fucking Asian provocateur, or someone of that nature. Let's put it like that. So, Sky News Australia picked up. No surprise. You have to remember that that old decrepit looking bastard Rupert Murdoch. He is old as balls. Is it Lachlan or James? I can't remember what son he gave power over his media empire. I want to say James. I really do. So one of his sons is now in charge of his media empire. He's basically, he thinks the same way as his dad, essentially. Feel free to check out James Murdoch or Lachlan Murdoch, the two sons. So this is from Christ Paul Murray. Stop giving Manfrog so much airtime. I get it, he's an MP now. Fine, I understand. Clacton, why have you imposed this fuckwit on us? Not fuckwit, he's not idiot. He is genuinely manipulative and disingenuous. Obviously a bastard, obviously. Not the legal term bastard born out of wedlock, just a cunt, essentially.
Islamic extremism and Jew hatred openly on the streets of this once great nation.
And again, the impunity with which, even a masked person, but still, the impunity with which that they feel they can take to the streets because regardless of who collectively is the culture, was the culture, will be the culture, no. They consider themselves to be the future, and at some point in time they'll be able to take off the mask because that is the future. That is frightening that they, for want of a
Fantastic Islamophobia. Love it. How many times are we going to have to deal with these kind of ghouls? Seriously. Don't get me wrong, I'm up for the fight, just bring it on. I do exist. I can actually talk sometimes.
better term, that they've got the balls to be this public about it.
Well, I have to say, I thought the scenes.
And the far right haven't done that as well. Really? Huh. Slightly hypocritical of him to say that, by the way.
I witnessed, I wasn't there, thank goodness, but the scenes that I witnessed from East London last weekend were simply the most frightening things that I've ever seen. And have a look at my YouTube channel. It's all up there. Please.
I have actually went over it. I'm never, it's bad enough that I have to deal with them getting talked to by sources that I go to just show the news and explain it to everyone who is outside of the UK political sphere or outside just basically UK in general. But I watched some of his videos from his YouTube channel and I say, no, wrong, liar, depositors, fucking cunt, shut up, you're an Islamophobe, fuck off. I don't leave any comments, I just watch it and just rage. It's a good way to get rid of all the rage inside of me. I just kind of yell at Manfrog, really. Rather easy to do. It's not a good thing for me to do, but I still do it.
Paul, take the clips, show them to your audience. You know, this is why we have to be very, very careful about who we, both in this and your country.
Oh, right. This is Nigel Farage. He is the sitting MP for the constituency of Clacton, south east of England, essentially. So he is an MP. The other one he is talking to is an Australian Sky News reporter, so he's probably Sydney. So he works for Sky News Australia, which is basically still Sky News. So the other one that you see is an Australian. So UK politician, Australian journalist.
About who we let in.
Now, the asylum hotel situation is one again. The people in Australia go, hang on, the UK, this big striving country, has got such a problem with the number of people getting inside a leaky boat and trying to make their way across, among other things, the English Channel, that we...
That can be easily fixed by the fucking government. We've been saying this for years now. Decades, essentially. What the governments have been doing here, especially with the immigrants coming into this country, has been dog shit. Basically denying people their basic humanity at this point, really. It is scumfuckery of the highest order.
Can't put them somewhere else, so we end up putting them in hotels. We end up booking the joint out. Well, now a report is suggesting that this practice, unsurprisingly, is costing billions of dollars.
Who knew? What a shock. Gosh, isn't this amazing? It's costing us a fortune. Who knew? I was the first person in 2020. I went to the first migrant hotel where these young men were being put up, and I videoed it and I showed it across British media, and nobody could quite believe it. What, you mean people crossing the channel get put in 4-star hotels, get 3 meals a day, free dental?
They do not get put in 4-star hotels, by the way. They get put in local hotels that's paid for by the government. They're not 4-star hotels. They're not getting put up in a Marriott or a Hilton. They're getting put in local hotels, by the way. Nigel, you're lying. Shut the fuck up. Oh, God, it hurts me. Ugh.
Dental care, free medical care, and pocket money as well, and in their spare time can work in the black market.
They're either getting everything paid for. They're either getting 3 basic meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they stay in the hotels. That's it. They stay in whatever accommodation they're getting put into, or they get £35 a week to basically go out and buy their food and other consumables, self-care thing, shower gel, razors, fucking shaving foam or gel. other underwear, things of that nature. They get £35 a week, which is fucking nothing to be able to buy yourself food and cleaning supplies for yourself, just your basic human washing needs. Maybe a little bit, but he conflates. He adds things in which is his opinions. Remember that. Mostly untrue, don't get me wrong. He's a duplicitous lying bastard, just like most politicians are, really. But yeah, I would say take a cartridge worth of salt with anything this bastard says. And I will say again, Clacton, why have you imposed this bastard on us? He now has the legitimate right to be brought on to news and panel discussions and things of that nature. I despise him. I really do. I don't want him. I will tell him to fuck off. Fine, fair enough, he has every right to exist. I just don't want him to have this fucking level of platform anymore. I think he is a dangerous element in UK politics. Nice pause for me, but just look at his face. I do not trust this bastard. I really don't. Nigel, come up to Glasgow. I want to talk to you in the run up to the Holyrood elections. That's why you can't take anything at face value from what this man says. Trust me on it. I've been dealing with this fucking cunt for the last 15 plus years, oddly enough, because David Cameron got spooked by him and his own more right-wing backbenchers when he was Prime Minister back in 2010 to 2015 in the coalition government. He got fucking scared by this individual and some of his backbenchers. That's why he's got more prominent. Delightful. I will say again, Nigel, fuck off. It's all I deserve, really, having to deal with these fucking bastards. Serves me right for being a communist. Some people have literally said to my face. I've never voted right wing in my entire fucking life. Get wrecked. I've never done that to myself. I do actually have self-care principles instilled inside me, so fuck off. I would never vote for this individual.
I mean, it's been going on for 5 years. And yes, this report's come out today saying it's costing a fortune, but it's going to cost even more because they're now tendering. The British government is now tendering for contracts to look after illegals up until 2036.
Blimey.
Which tells you all you need to know.
They are discussing funding to actually move people out of the hotels and into more permanent accommodation or former military bases across the UK. That's what the tendering is for. We're trying to get people out of these hotels, essentially, if you want to call them. That is what the current government are trying to do. Oh yeah, yours is 10 times worse, 100 times worse, possibly in certain aspects, but a lot worse. Natok, I do feel for you. I really do. I would say try to escape if you can. But if you feel safe and secure where you live and stuff like that, in your own home, things of that nature, in your community, and if you feel you can actually do things on the ground where you live, carry on doing those. Mutual aid works. Free health clinics, things of that nature. Carry on doing that if you're doing it. Or if you want to try and escape, I can help if you want. But yeah, He basically liked Bannon, by the way, as well. And Orban, delightful. I do not want this element in the politics of my country at all. So it is my fate in life to deal with fucking ghouls and demons and fucking Egypts in my life, apparently. Especially in the politics sphere. I will try to educate people about them, especially Manfrog. Their domestic news is apparently quite good, but their international one depends who you talk to. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Ours is sometimes good and sometimes bad as well. I'm sorry, Natok, but most of the news that we're getting from your land of the free, home of the brave is garbage. Sorry. That's the level of your politics. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure that I know that there's good people in the States. I know that. I talk to them. But most of your politicians are garbage. And the fact that Chuck put those 8 up to actually vote for that deal to end the shutdown, none of them are up for re-election next year in the midterms. Deeply cynical. Chuck, get fuck off. Just Chuck, essentially. You're a wanker. Fuck off. Is Chuck up for re-election next year? Natok.
They have no genuine intent on stopping it. Well, I do. And rather like Tony Abbott, and whether you love him or hate him, Tony, as Australian Prime Minister in 2012, did stop the boats, and we will stop the boats. And if people believe that,
They didn't stop the boats, they basically intercepted them and put them on their own detention island. That's what he done. That's how that fucking started, was what he done. That is also dog shit. Land of the free, home of the depraved. Exactly, Natok. Are any of your, federal level, whatever Congress, Congress wanker or Senator wanker, are any of them up for re-election next year? You can say ones that are up for re-election that you know of. You don't need to say if they're your representative or senators or anything. I'm curious to find out. In fact, you could actually check for me, is Holly up for re-election next year? Again, that thing needs to be dealt with. I'd be curious to find out if Chuck's actually up for re-election. I can't remember where he represents. He's New York, isn't he? Sure, he is from New York, obviously. Quite agree with you on that one, unfortunately. Well, I'll keep on saying to my American comrades, get out if you can.
it'll probably win us the next general election.
Correct. One of the great advantages that we have been given by the tectonic plates moving as they have over the millions of years of which they have. We are islands. And if we are islands, we have the capacity to use that giant moat to say no.
Just going on the pure feasibility, it would take fucking billions to do it, but I suppose we could wall off the United Kingdom. You'd struggle down there, Australia, and all the islands that you are actually control of, basically turning Australia into surrounded by a giant fucking moat. Completely unfeasible. Completely. Australia is fuck off big. and literally putting a wall around what is essentially the hugest part of Oceania or Australasia. That ain't gonna fucking happen. Don't get me wrong, it'd be billions here. We'd be talking trillions to literally create a moat around Australia. It is the size of a fucking continent, after all. Fucking ridiculous. No. Fucking ridiculous. You can't wall off UK or Australia, you pair of fucking lunatics.
Yeah, I mean, your moat obviously is slightly wider than ours. I mean, ours is more like a sort of anti-tank ditch, really.
Nigel, you forget the size of the United Kingdom. The Inner and Outer Hebrides and the Northern Isles do still exist. They are still part of the UK. That's going to be difficult. And you're going to be walling off one of the major seaways in the world economy. By the way, the English Channel is really quite busy. And it's a main economic source for the United Kingdom. Doing any sort of fortification of that area is going to be tricky, to say the least. Let's put it that way. And the Beaufort Trench still exists. If you carry on down that line, you're going to get ridiculed, just like we ridiculed Boris for it as well, doing a bridge between Scotland and Northern Ireland. You can't do that. Engineers and naval engineers said, "What is he being serious? You can't put a moat, alright? You can't wall off the United Kingdom, and you definitely cannot wall off Australia. You pair of fucking lunatics."
Which thank goodness it is, you know, because it stopped them 85 years ago, didn't it? So thank goodness for that, and a few brave Spitfire and Hurricane pilots. No. I mean, not only are we an island, but we're Brexit Britain.
Yeah.
And Brexit Britain was about taking back control of our borders, and that explains to you why a Conservative Party that won a thumping majority under Boris in
He took that majority and basically binned it with some of the most, a couple of them were outlandish. They weren't going to fucking work, even in Brexit Britain, if you wish. None of them were going to work. Most of them were going to, some of them might have worked tangentially, really, but most of them weren't going to fucking work. And Boris got told as much. We know this. He admitted to a couple of them after he'd stopped being Prime Minister, essentially, because he had to resign because he's a line deposit, this bastard. And that was basically the fourth time. He's the corrupt serial liar. Being proven. He got kicked out by the then party leader, Michael Howard. Christ, flash from the press for that fucker. And he's been fired from 2 journalist jobs as well by different outlets. Proven corrupt serial liar, Boris. We have all the evidence. He is a little bit more savvy, don't get me wrong, he's a line duplicitous bastard as well. But lots of people are getting swayed by him, which I'm trying to stop. For him, yes. And for lots of people within our politics here in the UK, yeah. You can basically put it like, not quite the baby cages, but basically walling off your southern border, essentially. We have to stop all these immigrants getting in, essentially. That's what a lot of them were like. And this taking back control was basically done denying people their human rights, essentially, to claim asylum in the UK. And stop paying money to a foreign establishment that doesn't care about us, which is bollocks. We were one of the major voices in the EU. Don't get me wrong, I voted Remain, but I am now Lexit. I voted to remain because I didn't want wankers like this or the Tory party being in charge of Brexit. And just look at it. Just look at what happens. I am more Lexit now. It is a good thing, but if we get a decent left-wing government, we can take advantage of being out with the EU. I just didn't want these fucking wankers in charge. Rejoice, comrades! It's the Morton. Hi, Morton. Good morning. How goes it? I've told you before, post it in the Discord. Ah, damn it, I missed it. Post that again and I'll allow it. The one that I missed that. Sorry, that talk. Thanks, Martin. Post it in the Discord, please, my friend. Say hi to Morton, everyone. Come up to Glasgow. Thank you kindly. Luke and Frog.
2019 is now literally nowhere because that is viewed by Brexit voters as an absolute act of betrayal. And you know what? It is.
Yeah, bloody oath. Thank you, Nigel.
Cool. In Discord. Ooh, that is actually quite a good question, that talk. We mostly get invited. We're mostly decent. Don't get me wrong, there's still garbage British people. They do exist. There's still garbage Scottish people. They do exist. But on the whole, we're mostly welcomed and stuff. We usually do, oh, look at all this, look at the, oh, lovely food, brilliant and stuff. And we move over and do things, contribute to the economy and the society of where we move over to as expats. Mostly. Some expats are fucking mental. But most expats leave the UK for sunnier climes because the weather here in the UK is the weather in the UK. What section did you put it in, Morton? Huh? Oh, God. Oh, God. Make that one again. Yo, done. Can't see me. Let's see if we cute. I already did. At North Somerset Green, congratulations to our newest councillor, Councillor Mike Dunn, on winning the Long Ashton ward. That's basically a council area for anyone outside the UK. By election in North Somerset with a fucking hell. stonking majority. 17 for the Scot, 5% for Labour. Ouch. 16 for Reform and 6% for the Lib Dems. North Somerset unitary authority. There's too many different types of local parliamentary structures, essentially. So you've got councils, you've got town councils, you've got mayoralties, and you've got unity authority. Morton, please explain to this pure clueless Scot that I like our council system up here. It's 10 times easier. It's so much easier. 10 times easier. What is a unitary authority? If you can explain that. I know what a council is. Well done, Mike Dunn. Well done. Well done. Round of applause. County council and district councils as well. Yes, make it make sense, please. We're easy. Holyrood. Council. That's it. So we've got Holyrood in Edinburgh, and we've got 32 local councils. Easy. So Holyrood, then the councils. Easy. You've got county and district councils. You've got unity authorities and greater mayoralties as well. Just what? Like, in certain cases, decentralisation does work, but dear God, it's fucking confusing for me up here. It's easier dealing with, yes, this is Holyrood policy, or this is a council policy. So, Holyrood and a council. That is it. We've also got COSLA, which is basically the umbrella organisation for all the 32 councils here in Scotland. Easy. Easy. You down in England make it far too fucking complicated at times. You really do. You could make it easier. Trust me. That's what we're doing up here. We've been doing this for the last sort of 150 years. COSLA's only right. What's COSLA? 30 years old, roughly. That is gorgeous. I love that. Nice one. Well done, North Somerset. Oh, God, it hurts. Yes, parish and town councils as well. I will say again, decentralisation mostly works. Mostly. It doesn't seem to be working right now with those 10 councils run by Reform. Who'd have thunk it? They're not doing well. We told you not to vote for them and you still fucking done it. Oh, right. Thanks, Morton. That makes it a hell of an easier for me to understand what a unity authority is then. Hey, Thompson. I was going to take a music break for a second because everyone needs to see this song because it is awesome. Where is it? Music break.
I'm sure you've heard it on the news. It's spreading all To open the case for the proposition, the Chair welcomes Rory Young, a third-year international relations student and president of the Students for Yes Society here at the University of Edinburgh. The floor is yours.
Is this mic on? Is this mic on?
It is our first time doing this, apologies.
Hello. Hello, as I said, my name's Rory Young, president of the Edinburgh University Yes Society. So when I look at Scotland, I love Scotland, but I think that we are being held back by Westminster. The Union is based on the undemocratic Treaty of Union in 1707 that was signed by a few rich Scottish nobles and enforced with English military to intimidate the Scottish people into
Pastoral rogues. Anyone? I've got a funny feeling if Dan's still here. Dan, are you still here? You might have some thoughts about this one. Yes, we should be independent. Westminster as an institution is hopelessly lost and it can fuck off. Don't get me wrong, there's good people in it and I hope they find better avenues. Should we get rid of Westminster? I'm not holding my breath, by the way.
submission. And there was obviously a lot of popular protest against the Treaty of Union in the immediate aftermath of it. And we look at those who have left the British Empire over the years. More than 50 countries, from the United States to Canada to Australia, have all left the British Empire and gone on to lead successful lives. Why can't Scotland do the same? So here is some problems of Westminster and why I think we would be better off out. So firstly, the fact that if you're a pro-independence party in Westminster, it's impossible for you to have a say. So even if the SNP was to win all 57 seats in Commons, doesn't matter for anything, because Labour or the Tories can still say no. Of course, Brexit. 62% of people in Scotland voted to remain, and we were dragged out of the European Union against our will. The Scottish Parliament can be overruled at any time. For example, the Gender Recognition Reform Bill, despite it receiving support from many MSPs across the Parliament, which is undemocratic. Situations such as incredibly high energy pricing, people such as the CEO of Octopus Energy, Greg Jackson, has argued that we should be implementing new reforms such as zonal pricing, which would send out Scotland's bills from among the highest in Europe to the lowest in Europe. And because the UK government is unwilling to engage on these issues, independence would be the only way to do that.
Areas down in the south of England saying, you can't do zonal pricing, our energy costs would go through the roof. At this point, I don't fucking care. We've been getting scalped for the last 30 fucking years, you bastards. Marginal pricing, the MPC, just, no, fuck off. The price of our energy getting linked to fossil fuels. We are getting scalped extraordinarily. Get right. I don't fucking care. I want zonal pricing. I want it in public hands as well. I am campaigning for that, by the way. And I'll endlessly scream into the void, do more fucking tidal. Do more onshore and offshore wind generation as well. Are we being heard? We are making a little bit of a breakthrough, but we are mostly getting ignored. You can't fucking ignore me now. I've got a platform. I can actually say shit. Ha! Do not try to silence me. You don't want to see the reaction.
In Scotland, we have spent over £1 billion mitigating Westminster over the last 15 years, because when Westminster decides to cut funding, for example, on winter fuel payment or two-tail cap, the Scottish Government tries to look after the people and steps in. But unfortunately, because the money is no longer available, the money has to come from somewhere else, which has an impact on our public services. And think tanks such as the Fraser Alder Institute, quite experts in the Scottish economy, have predicted that, in fact, thanks to new Labour policies such as the national insurance contributions increase, the Scottish Government will be £900 million off worse by 2030. And we're facing... Oh, yeah, okay. Yes.
I'm very grateful to the first speaker for giving way. he mentions 900 million, but what does he think about the 5.4 billion pounds coming through the budget from the new UK Labour government? Surely his mathematics would tell him that that's more than the 900.
Our funding through the Barnett formula and the block grant that we get from Westminster has went down since a flipping coalition government. We're still not back up to what we used to be in the early 2010s, by the way. Please, my dude in blue t-shirt, mention that one. I'm sure I'm hoping he does, but yes. Our block grant has actually went down because austerity fucking sucks. Thank you.
That he just pointed out.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, we welcome all funding into Scotland, but the problem with that is that the UK government's not stepping in to fill up the shortfall. So, for example, the Scottish government's going to got about £300 million to cover the gap. It's about £750 million in all. So, and in key public services like the NHS are facing about 200 million pound gap. If I'll move on to my next point. Of course, we have to say the R word as well, reform. Reform, it's likely they're going to win the next election, and they've got a serious chance, and they're threatening our public services, because Nigel Farage in his time as UKIP openly advocated for the closure of the Scottish Parliament and cutting back on Scotland's budget, which is going to impact our public.
The people who are currently acolytes in reform, quite a lot of them, not only reform voters, but people within the wider sphere of Manfrog and the way reform has been set up, they don't like the devolved administrations. If he gets into number 10, he will literally end I'm not entirely sure. He hasn't said one way or the other. I'm sure he would if he could. Which he will seriously try to literally end all the devolved administrations. I'm not going to let him fucking do that. I will literally, if I'm the only one that does it, I will literally fight him for it. That is my belief, Reza. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, people within reform want to end the devolved administrations. I quite believe this. Not that they make it too poor. Some of them have, and they've been shunned by reform kind of softly, really. I don't want them to get empowered to even try to do this. You come after my parliament, I'll come after you, Nigel. Trust me on that one. 12 years, Reza. I was in the EU, the European Parliament, for 12 years. It does actually, yeah. He probably thinks it, I guess. It depends who he puts around himself, really. I will say again, if any of them come after the devolved administrations, I will fight them. Literally. I am a fencer and did used to do kendo and samurai. I know my way around a katana. No violence. No violence, my friends. No violence. Please don't do it. But rhetoric does have a purpose, obviously.
Services. By 2030, there'll be 1 million more people who are eligible to vote who couldn't in 2014. Young people like me, probably all you guys in the audience. So we have to ask the opposition tonight, why are we all denied the chance to have a say in the future of our country just because a government in London says no? I think we should be given the opportunity to choose a better path. And I believe that we're not allowed the opportunity to make the case. and to have that say, because Westminster know how valuable we are. We're stronger Scotland because we're too weak to stand on our own, but we're too valuable.
This is the Edinburgh Union, so it's basically the union debate space for the University of Edinburgh. This is the leader of the Union for the University of Edinburgh, talking essentially for the case. This happened 2 days ago. I didn't actually realise this was happening. Hang on, I'll show this. Oh crap, I didn't change it. Give me a minute. We'll go back to the beginning. Get rid of the screen capture. Christ. I do apologise, my friends. I'll go back to the beginning. No one saw this. No, I'm being lax. Naughty Katie. Or numpty Katie. Not naughty. Numpty. There we go. Done. There we go.
To open the case for the proposition, the Chair welcomes Rory Young, a third-year international relations student and president of the Students for Yes Society here at the University of Edinburgh. The floor is yours.
I do apologise about that. Sorry. No, thank you for alerting me to that, Reza. Much appreciated. Thank you. Much appreciation to you. This House believes Scotland should be independent. Good. I believe that also.
Is this mic on? Oh, is the mic on?
It is our first time doing this. Apologies.
Hello. Hello, as I said, my name's Rory Young, president of the Edinburgh University Yes Society. So when I look at Scotland, I love Scotland, but I think that we are being held back by Westminster. Union is based on the undemocratic Treaty of Union in 1707 that was signed by a few British Scottish nobles and enforced with English military to...
He is correct. It was enforced. I tend to agree with you on that, Reza. I do. Yeah, mostly. Other powers are at play. Obviously, other powers could come to rise in a sort of balkanisation of the UK. Don't get me wrong. It might work out. It might not. It depends. Obviously, that's all up in the air at the minute. I try to advocate for a better way to doing things, and don't get me wrong, I just want to divorce myself from fucking Westminster because it is dog shit. Most of the people in Westminster are utter garbage. Could have thunk it. UK politics at large, especially down in Westminster, suck. Ooh. Reza, are you an anarchist? That is some anarchist talk there, by the way. I'm not trying to label you or anything, but there's lots of anarchists here in the UK who actually believe that as well, and they advocate for it, and I quite like them for it. Don't get me wrong. Some anarchists are actually quite nice people. I like it. Yeah. Well, we're all going to get put in the mincer if we don't fucking change how this works. Seriously, we will be. I'm trying to stop that from happening, obviously. I do like being alive and living in relative comfort. Not that I always get it, of course. Not that any of us really get it at the end of the day. I'm here to make things better, to change the way we work here as a country.
Intimidate the Scottish people into submission. And there was obviously a lot of popular protest against the Treaty of Union in the immediate aftermath of it. And we look at those who have left the British Empire over the years. More than 50 countries, from the United States to Canada to Australia, have all left the British Empire and gone on to lead successful lives. Why can't Scotland do the same? So here is some problems of Westminster, why I think we would be better off out. So firstly, the fact that if you're a pro-independence party in Westminster,
you might get, so Ancom. I quite like Ancom. Do you want to know who you need to speak to? You need to speak to Gemma. I will reach out to Gemma. That's Story Girl, by the way. I have some Aricus leanings as well, but like that test came back. Ancom's not a bad position, Reza. Trust me on that one. I know plenty of Ancom people here in Glasgow. They are mostly decent people. They still call me a filthy Marxist, though jokingly, of course, obviously. They do like some of my takes because me being based Marxist. I like anarchy. It's good. I do agree with some of it. You're in the same camp as me, Reza. Give us power over our own lives. Give us power over our own communities. I love that. I think that is a good principle to have. It is good. Trust me, I still want a communist state. But the regionalism, I do like. I do appreciate it. It would work. It would. We'll see what will happen.
it's impossible for you to have a say, so even if the SNP was to win all 57 seats in Commons, doesn't matter for anything, because Labour or the Tories can still say no. Of course, Brexit, 62% of people in Scotland voted to remain, and we were dragged out of the European Union against our will. The Scottish Parliament can be overruled at any time. For example, the Gender Recognition Reform Bill, despite it receiving support from many MSPs across the Parliament, which is undemocratic. Situations such as incredibly high energy pricing, and people such as the CEO of Octopus Energy, Greg Jackson, has argued that we should be implementing new reforms such as zonal pricing, which would send out Scotland's bills from among the highest in Europe to the lowest in Europe. And because the UK government is unwilling to engage on these issues, independence would be the only way to do that. In Scotland, we have spent over £1 billion mitigating Westminster over the last 15 years, because when Westminster decides to cut funding, for example, on winter fuel payment or two-tail cap, the Scottish Government tries to look after the people and steps in. But unfortunately, because the money is no longer available, the money has to come from somewhere else, which has an impact on our public services. And think tanks such as the Fraser-Alder Institute, quite experts in the Scottish economy, have predicted that, in fact, thanks to new Labour policies such as the national insurance contributions increase, the Scottish Government will be £900 million off worse by 2030. And we're facing... Oh, yeah, okay. Yes.
I'm very grateful to the first speaker for giving way. He mentions 900 million, but what does he think about the 5.4 billion pounds coming through the budget from the new UK Labour government? Surely his mathematics would tell him that that's more than the 900,000 that he just pointed out.
Absolutely.
I will say again now that everyone can see who said that. Our block grant, our funding is still down from the austerity years. You either wanker Egypt or outright disingenuous individual. The funding that came up from Westminster here to Holyrood still sucks because austerity. Thanks. Some elusive terms. I love the end of that message, that comment, Reza. I love that so much. I will read it out to make sure everyone hears this. I do believe Scotland will become independent eventually. So do I. However, that will open Pandora's box. More than likely. By the time that happens, I'd say psyche-wise regional inequalities rise. I wouldn't be surprised if Berwick and Newcastle, I agree with this one, come to an agreement to put some elusive terms. I get what you're talking about there, Reza. I really do. I do actually like regionalism. It would work.
Look, I mean, we welcome all funding into Scotland, but the problem with that is that the UK government's not stepping in to fill up the shortfall. So, for example, Scottish government's going to get about £300 million to cover the gap. It's about £750 million in all. So, and in key public services like the NHS are facing about £200 million gap. If I'll move on to my next point. Of course, we have to say the R word as well, reform. Reform, it's likely they're going to win the next election, and they've got a serious chance. And they're threatening our public services, because Nigel Farage in his time as UKIP openly advocated for the closure of the Scottish Parliament and cutting back on Scotland's budget, which is going to impact our public services. By 2030, there'll be 1 million more people who are eligible to vote who couldn't in 2014. Young people like me, probably all you guys in the audience. So we have to ask the opposition tonight, why are we all denied the chance to have a say in the future of our country just because the government in London says no? I think we should be given the opportunity to choose a better path. And I believe that we're not allowed the opportunity to make the case and to have that say, because Westminster know how valuable we are. We're stronger Scotland because we're too weak to stand on our own, but we're too valuable to let go. For example, our GDP last year was approximately £223 billion. That's bigger than countries such as Croatia and Slovakia, who have been pretty successful. Scotland supplies 96% of the UK's crude oil, so I know we have to get rid of oil, but in the short term it's still going to be a very big industry. And we look at countries like Norway that have used their oil in a great way to create a trust fund. They're over £1 trillion, and they use that to invest in their NHS, in their education, in their welfare states. Scotland could do something similar like that. I'll take you very quickly.
You mentioned oil as a short-term economic solution, but what would Scotland's long-term economic plan be?
Great question. So, clean energy. Scotland generates a surplus of electricity already, so we export it to the rest of the UK, and Europe would certainly be interested in that. Tourism is a big industry for Scotland. I've worked in the tourism industry as well. Food and drink. Scottish exports worth like £50 billion to the UK economy last year. We account for about just under a third of UK food and drink exports. So we having the opportunity to have new tax levers and being free from Westminster would help us to fund us in the long term. Our finance sector as well. Scotland is ranked the second best place in the UK, behind London, for investment. And our GDP per capita was bigger than countries such as Poland and Hungary, and our workforce has consistently been ranked as one of the highest educated in Europe, so definitely we have the people and the productivity and the knowledge to keep going and do as well as an independent country. But as it was said, I study international relations, and international relations is a key reason why I think Scotland should have independence, because already we do some great work in the international stage. We have offices in places like Washington DC and in Paris and Berlin, which some Tories actually decried as a waste of money, but they do great work in helping to promote business and promoting trade and enhancing our relationships, which will be great when we become independent and we have to talk with these countries.
He is correct, yes. Get rid of the shackles of Westminster, always a good thing. And being able to talk to international partners. Should be good. Hopefully it will work out in our favour. Don't get me wrong, there's still going to be Scottish people involved in this. And people like me talking about it if it ever happens.
Scottish Government also pursues a feminist foreign policy. Sorry, I can't take you just now, I've got to type. So they donate to support women and girls' education in Africa. And with independence, we've got an opportunity to do more on the international stage. So we can have our own relationship with the EU. We can rejoin lots of benefits, such as a new market of 450 million consumers for Scottish business, which is only going to be a good thing. As well, we have a seat at key discussions around foreign policy, which is currently unavailable to us in the UK, which I think Scotland needs, because a lot of the time our voice in foreign policy is being belittled, and we're told that Scotland's voices should be handled by the UK government, and often the UK does not align with Scotland's view on things. We would be a UN member state, so we'd be able to debate key issues. Our feminist foreign policy would be boosted because we could take it to the next level by having more resources and more staff, and being able to have a proper budget that would help our projects in places like Malawi. Independence also gives us a chance to recognise Palestine. We can fall, because people in Scotland called for Palestine to be recognised a long time before, and we welcome today's announcement by the UK government that they are doing so, but they could definitely go further. We can also opt out of the UK tax system that makes people like us who pay taxes forcibly complicit, because we fund the British Army, and the British Army is responsible for training IDF soldiers on British soil, as well as conducting spy flights over Gaza that have clear evidence of war crimes. And I wouldn't want my money to be going towards that. I want independence. We can have a say on that. As well, on migration, we could have a more friendly migration policy, because I like to think Scotland we're quite a welcoming country. Migration would be essential to tackle our demographic challenges, because we do have an ageing population, so we have loads of migrants. For instance, my mother was treated in the health service recently, and she was looked after by a German anaesthetist and an Indian doctor, so they're very vital to our economy, help us grow. And also we could that would help businesses. For example, we could set up our own visa schemes, like the Scottish Government called for recently, but which the UK Government rejected, despite the fact 70% of businesses across Scotland would support the idea of having a...
Well said, Reza. Yes, I agree. Yeah. Let's see what happens. I'll keep an eye. If you want to keep an eye on it, post it. I'll create the... Okay, I'll create it now, actually. Let's make second. Create channel. I'll just text. New channel. Oh, no, you're not. You're actually helping me, Reza. Thank you.
Tailored scheme for us. And additionally, we could also remove nuclear weapons from our soil. They're a big issue. I mean, you look at what happened in H&B Clyde recently. There was a radioactive leak into the Clyde, which is disgraceful. I mean, the fact that we don't have a say to be able to move these nuclear weapons, and we can follow examples such as Spain and Germany, who have decided to not go nuclear, which I think is definitely something we can do. And obviously bases like Faslane, which if that was attacked in a war, well, the entire west coast of Scotland would become uninhabitable instantly if they blew it up. And I'll just end with this.
If anyone, I will defer to someone who is sitting behind me. If they'd actually targeted, or if someone targets it, if they actually go for Faz Lane, would you and me personally be fucked? Would the Central Belt be fucked? If they actually do that, I will check with Super Hubby behind me. If they actually target all the major military installations here in Scotland, Scotland's gone. Scotland's fucked. Delightful. Can you find those maps for me so I can get a link from your phone? No rush.
At this point, I've thrown a lot of things out, but one leaflet I've used campaigning recently really struck me, and it says, independence, rather devolution, would give Scotland the power to regulate air rifles, but independence would give Scotland the power to regulate nuclear weapons. Don't we think that is a good thing to do? No.
Round of applause for Rory Young and round of applause for Reza. They are a fucking joke. If one of them fires them, doesn't matter who has them, everyone else will. Delightful. End times. I do not want to live out in fallout. Technically, I lived through it. Oh, goodness. I hope it never comes to either, Reza. Trust me on that one. Obviously, good thinking individuals like you and me, we do exist. We will try to speak out about this, obviously. Because I was charging both my phones, the simless bastard, and my actual phone that I use. Oh, God. Fuck it. I'm showing it again. Reza, I hate you. We all know it's going to be new scum, don't we? Don't get me wrong. I love VLC, mostly. It ain't going to be her. It's probably going to be Gavin. Which is delightful. It's basically just going to perpetrate the same neoliberal, neo-fash. It's probably going to be Newsom, I suspect. As much as I'd love it to be Zoran, he's got a lot on his plate at the minute. Don't get me wrong, she might try, but it's probably going to be Newsom. For more than that, check out James from the motherfucking internet. This needs to be shown more because
just noise, Barry Gardner. What are you picking up on your WhatsApp group amongst Labour MPs?
Well, look, Morris is right.
Tonight, allies of Sir Keir Starmer are making it clear he will fight any attempt to challenge him. His critics tell Newsnight that Downing Street is deluded and they're entering tinfoil hat territory. What on earth is going on? We'll bring you the inside track. Plus, ahead of a key vote to end the longest government shutdown in US history, could the Epstein files be set for release, despite President Trump saying they're a hoax?
I'll be back. I'll be back momentarily. Oh, what the fuck? My hometown's fucked.
Not like how the blast ones and all that.
They'd basically be, if that actually happened, yeah, it is CNBC State around. I need a link for that one.
You have to take out Glasgow, no. You have to take out Glasgow and Lucas. You know, certain other places you have to take out as well, and actually, the last one's actually overlapped. But
What the friggin' hell? That's mental. I'll be back momentarily, comrades. Oh, ouch! It's not that I hit the.
Good evening. Welcome to Tuesday's Newsnight, live from Broadcasting House, with insight on political, media and international stories each weeknight. Hello. Developing story tonight. Allies of the Prime Minister are making it clear he would fight any challenge to his leadership from Labour MPs. Let me introduce your Newsnight panel this evening. Lord Maurice Glassman is a Labour peer, father of the socially conservative, economically left-wing Blue Labour movement, reportedly a big influence on those advising Sir Keir Starmer in Number 10. Baroness Arlene Foster served as DUP, First Minister of Northern Ireland, and now sits as a non-affiliated member of the House of Lords. And Nick is here too. What's going on?
Well, Vic, what we know is right now there is a rift between the two people who we thought were closest in this government and were essential to the stability of this cabinet, and that is Keir Starmer and his Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. There are people in Downing Street who believe that Wes Streeting is on manoeuvres, hence you reporting those remarks that we've heard, that the Prime Minister would fight a challenge and it would be irresponsible, they say, for a challenge to be launched. That has produced quite a response in parts of this government. One person has said to me, these briefings out of 10 are not accidental. They don't believe that people are speaking out of turn. I'm being told it's things like this, a pattern of behaviour that has followed Keir Starmer from opposition to Number 10, which is people around him brief against people. Who was briefed against? Lisa Nandy. Bridget Phillipson was briefed against, and then they said then she was their candidate to be deputy leader. Ed Miliband's been briefed against. Angela Rayner's been briefed against, and now they're saying it is Wes Streeting's turn. Perhaps it would be a good idea, I've been told, that perhaps the Prime Minister and the Chancellor might want to focus on the budget. I think the view in Number 10 tonight is that this has sort of got a little bit out of control. They think it's overwritten, and there is the word that Wes Streeting, I'm told, they think is a brilliant Health Secretary from Wes Streeting. I'm told these claims about him, his spokesperson is saying these claims are categorically untrue. He's focused on cutting waiting lists for the first time in 15 years and rebuilding the NHS that saved his life.
Right. Why are allies of the Prime Minister briefing media outlets this now? We've got the budget in a couple of weeks. We've got local elections, Scottish and Welsh elections in May. What's the relevance of the timing?
It is a very febrile atmosphere in government, in the cabinet at the moment. We've been reporting about how there has been basically a loss of confidence in Keir Starmer's leadership and a feeling that maybe he would struggle to make it through the Welsh and the Scottish elections next year, next May. What's
I'm
happened
losing
in
my
the last week
comrade.
is that
I'm losing
amongst
Kev.
many members of the cabinet, that intervention by Rachel Reeves that was meant to sort of punch through and explain what she means with the budget, that did not go down well. I was picking up from members of the cabinet really long faces and saying, you know, this really shows that Rachel Reeves and Prime Minister cannot do this fundamental thing of telling a story, so there is despair. But from people who are sort of Wes Streeting's friends, this has not been authorised by Wes Streeting, but people who sort of are sort of in the Wes Streeting world, hearing things like this is crazy briefing from Number 10 tonight. They're deluded. We are entering tin foil hat territory.
OK. I'm told that we've got a Labour MP, Barry Gardiner, who's just walked into the studio. Hello. Come in. Come in. Just arrived.
Join the party.
Why don't you cross all the cameras, do the thing we're not supposed to do in television, come and sit here.
Yeah, there we go. Lovely.
Welcome. You know Lord Glassman, I assume?
Hello, of course.
You know Baroness Foster, and you know Nick Watt. Welcome, everybody. OK, you missed Nick's briefing. Lord Glassman heard it. I'm sure you know what's going on. First of all, Lord Glassman, do you support Keir Starmer as Prime Minister right now?
Yeah, definitely. And Wes Streeting is a very new Labour. I absolutely dispute, Nick, that he's the closest person to Keir Starmer. He's a Blairite apparatchik out the student union. So all they know is leadership battles and motions and things like this. It's of no relevance whatsoever. The Prime Minister won the biggest election victory since 1830, a year and a half ago. And I can't see any candidate who could possibly challenge him. I think it's just noise.
Just noise, Barry Gardiner.
Give me strength as well, Reza. Seriously. I'll keep on saying I do try to educate people about this shit. Hopefully I'm doing a mostly good job. I would hope. If I'm not, please educate me. I am here. I am open to suggestions, obviously. Please ignore that voice in the background. I love him desperately, but some of Super Hubby's takes are questionable. Let's see.
Now, what are you picking up on your WhatsApp group amongst Labour MPs?
Well, look, Morris is right that we have 161 majority, isn't it? Working majority. It's enormous.
It's 148 now, by the way, but whatever.
So the question is, why has Number 10 circled the wagons?
Tell me why.
Why are they having to defend themselves? Well, the answer is very clear. Because this government, from the beginning, actually from before it was a government, has cared more about extirpating the people who disagreed with it than they have about setting out a clear programme and policy. And quite honestly, you know, everyday people looking at this tonight are going to say, oh, for God's sake, what do these politicians think they're doing? You know, you circle the wagons and you end up in a circular firing squad. That's what they're doing. And people want a government that is going to say, this is what we're about. They don't know. That's why our poll ratings are so low. I mean, Morris talks about a great majority. But actually, people are looking to this government and saying, what? What are you giving us? You had 10 pledges when you started off in campaigning to be the leader of the party. You've jettisoned them all. There is no clear programme. And actually, the public are fed up with it. And it's reflected in the polls.
Baroness Foster, you sort of know essentially what it's like to be shot by a circular firing squad. There was essentially a coup against you in 2021. Are there any parallels here?
She had it coming. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to see the DUP continue for many, many reasons. The fact that she's in the other place now, just no, fuck off, can't be arsed. Yeah. Ugh. Disgusting. There's a bad taste in your mouth, really.
Here, clearly your position was First Minister of Northern Ireland, the Prime Minister is different, but when you feel that people start to turn against you?
Yeah, well, the one thing for sure is once you become leader or Prime Minister or First Minister, everybody wants your job, and immediately people are saying that they could do a better job. Look, there are problems at the moment. The Labour government, and these two gentlemen may not agree with me, are losing support in the country. They don't have a clear message as to what is going on with this government, and therefore people are they're way down in the polls, and people are reacting to that, and that is why there's a circling of the wagons, and that is why people are talking about leadership challenges, because of the poll ratings at the moment, and that's what's causing the problems.
Lord Glassman, you heard what Barry Gardiner said. This government has no clear vision, and
You know what? There seems to be a new one. Give me a minute.
It's not number 10 briefing against ministers, the PM's been assured, but Newsnight here, that explanation's not washing with members of the Cabinet. The knives are out for Chief of Staff Morgan McSweeney. And after our story last night on the financial crisis facing end-of-life hospice care, tonight we bring you reaction from Newsnight viewers and from the House of Commons.
It does, doesn't it? I don't like the women for many, many reasons. Actually, agreeing with her hurts me. I agree with you. Maybe Bridget, but don't get me. There's probably going to be a lot of stalking horses mentioned. I would say Steve Reid, Glaswegian Ghoul, obviously. He's basically one of the major architects of Labour Together. I don't like him. He might have been born and brought up here. He isn't Glaswegian, trust me. Not in any way, shape or form. He doesn't even have a Scotland constituency, let alone Glasgow. We would never vote for someone like him. And the fact that he's in Caxton House now, dear God, give me strength. I will try to denounce anything that fucking bastard says as a dispatch box.
Good evening, it's Newsnight from Broadcasting House, live this Thursday night for top takes and guests. Hello. Our panel tonight, Labour MP Polly Billington and Panjandrum Ian Dale.
Reza, my lovely. She's northwest, isn't she? Can you bring up her constituency for me, please? He's got his own fucking show. Why are you putting her on Ian Dale? He doesn't need to be brought onto Newsnight. He's got his own fucking platform. There's only so much Ian Dale I can deal with, but fuck it, let's carry on. See how much I can get infuriated.
The Labour briefing saga is entering its third day. Wes Streeting denied he was a traitor after someone told the world he was. The Prime Minister says he's been assured that the mystery briefer is not within number 10. Shortly we'll ask a government minister about the whole thing, alongside lacklustre GDP figures and an impending doctors' strike. First, on that story about
Thank you, Reza. Houghton and Sunderland South. Oh yeah, Helena said that she's a Mackem that doesn't sound like she's a Mackem. She doesn't sound like she's from the Sunderland. I agree, Reza.
Briefing and who's at it. Nick's got news. What have you got, Nick?
Well, Paddy, as you were saying, that statement by Keir Starmer today is not convincing many Labour MPs or indeed some around the cabinet table. And let's just listen very carefully to what this very distinguished lawyer said. He said he had been assured that nobody in Number 10 was behind the briefings. Now, I've been told that the word assured is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Assured there was no Number 10 involvement is not the same as it didn't happen, I was told. And this is what one government source told me. Number 10 have woken up from a fever dream and have decided to disregard the briefings. This is doublethink. And then I was told, this is the worst case of political denial since Theresa May said nothing has changed in 2017. Now, many Labour figures, including senior ones, are pointing the finger at the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, as the man behind those briefings. But people who came in earshot of Morgan McSweeney today heard him say in very robust terms, I was not behind the briefings against Wes Streetings, and the briefings were not at my behest, he said.
He won't like me asking this, but in the nicest possible way, who is this man?
Well, Morgan McSweeney is a crucial figure for Keir Starmer and has been at his side pretty much all the way from the time when he decided to stand as Labour leader. And Morgan McSweeney performs two key roles. He is
Straw poll that I would actually do, I'll just actually ask it. My friends and comrades, who is Morgan McSweeney? Other than Belland, obviously, and well, trying to be master manipulator, really. Is it working? I would say no at this point with this situation, really. I don't like him. I really don't. For many reasons.
Is firstly the Prime Minister's political shield to protect him from incoming fire, but he's also his political brain. He took Keir Starmer from capturing the Labour leadership with an element of continuity Corbyn to capturing the Premiership with an element of continuity Blair. So Keir Starmer will not want to lose him, and we are told that Morgan McSweeney is staying put. But I do have to say, as you were saying, Paddy, the knives are out for Morgan McSweeney. Many, including at quite senior levels, want him out.
I was only saying it because you told me it. So it's, you've got the news, as you always do. Labour is being constantly distracted from its political programme, so say friends and foes. Remember growth? Where's that gone? Well, today they did get to one of their changes. Policing Minister Sarah Jones sat down to tell us what...
No, it wouldn't. No. The way I've got my channel set up, you'd be fine that talk. Don't worry about that. Yeah, carry on. Self-care is good care. Keep yourself hydrated. Take your meds if you have any meds to take. Stay based. Free Palestine. And I was going to come back and listen to this irreverent Scottish lunatic woman. I am always here. Feel free to reach out to me on Discord as well if you want my talk. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Carry on.
Why she was going to abolish police and crime commissioners who oversee policing in England and Wales.
So our announcement today will save over £100 million this Parliament. The majority of that will be from the elections themselves that we hold for police and crime commissioners. £20 million will be from the cost of those police and crime commissioners, which will be channelled into frontline policing, which I think is what the public would want us to be doing.
And am I right that that's just 320 police constables? So it's a governmental change that will give us only 320 new police constables.
It's a government.
I'm going to read out. I'll still be around if anyone wants to reach out to me on Discord or anything. But I'm going to read out. Dear God, I've been going for nearly 5 hours. Wow. And I'm still feeling quite good, which is amazing. Yeah, I can get that one. Let's see who we can go and say hi. Ah. Do we want to try and do some clout chasing? Oh, you're welcome, Reza. Always a pleasure to have you in chat, by the way. You're base, and I love you. Let's go and say hi to Gnome. Please be Gnome.
And Dave hates him so much.
Than a
I feel
coin
so
flip.
bad for him.
Greater than a coin flip, okay? I'm going to say that. But listen, Republicans are not doing well. You can...
Republicans are not doing well. The right is in full retreat because of a couple of races in an off-year election.
That's not why at all. The right is in retreat because the right is in trouble. Conservatives are in trouble because they're fracturing. They basically have the mega population felt like they won, and so they started turning on each other.
I got my payout this morning.
Marjorie Taylor Greene turned on Trump because basically she's starting to see she's starting to see her home state collapse. Autistic furry who somehow thinks he has a blip. Right. Oh, Pooter Falcon is essentially one of those guys who he's going to find himself on the train with the rest of us and go, but I was loyal. There's a scene in Deep Space Nine where the toady of the Cardassian Union is